The time is now 6:55. We're back in session. Does anyone from the public like to make comment on the West Haven Child Development Center energy efficient air filtration systems for the classrooms? For the second time, would anyone from the public like to make comment? For the third and final time? Thank you. Public hearing is closed at 6:55, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hosky. We're in recess till 7. Okay, good evening again, everyone. It's 7 o'clock. We'll start the regular City Council meeting. First item on the agenda is public comment. Before we enter into public comment, I do want to wish all of our West Haven students that have graduated or are graduating this week, congratulations. It's a wonderful, happy time for them, and good luck to them in their ventures after graduation. So, public comment. Is there anyone from the public that would like to address the city council? Sir?
Good evening, Thomas Cosa, May Street. I apologize for my appearance. I just got out of work. So as much as I like to point out when things are bad, I would also like to point out things when things are good. I would like to recognize, I always forget your name, ma'am. You're not in my district, but,
Melly Garthwaite.
okay. She does a fantastic job. I mean, I see her out on Facebook. She does, organizes beach cleanups, all that stuff, and she's not out there just for a photo op or anything like that. She's out there actually picking up the garbage, and she's with everybody. So that means a lot to me, to see somebody doing something like that and organizing that. My understanding is the residents in your district reach out to you, and you try to do the very best they can. And I've heard a lot of good comments from your district. So kudos to you for doing exactly what you were supposed to do. And the fact that during the special meeting that you had last week about the community house, the money, you perfectly said it the way it's supposed to be. As much as you want to put money towards it, there's no way that you would be able to go back to your residents in your district voting for that while we have potholes that need to be taken care of immediately. So I give you credit for standing up and saying what you said, okay? It may not seem like a lot to some people, but to me, that shows me commitment to your job, and you're committed to your residents. So thank you for that. You're a shining example of what a council person should be. So, on that, now to the bad. So I'm also commander of the American Legion here in West Haven. So Memorial Day, the parade was all nice and everything. My biggest issue is I would like to know why the POW MIA flag was not at half-staff down at Bradley Point. There was the American flag, there was the state flag, and there was the flag of Ukraine. I'm sorry, nothing against Ukraine. The POW and the MIA flags needed to be there on Memorial Day. It's not just about the gentlemen, I'm sorry, about the soldiers, men, women that died in battle. It's also about folks that never made it home. We don't know where they are. They're all probably, unfortunately, deceased. Something happened to them. And I found it to be very disrespectful that our town did not, for that one day, at least recognize them. I understand why the Ukraine flag is there, but I think for that one day or that one weekend, that could have come down and that could have been flown. You were in the military, correct? Do you agree or disagree? All right. I'm just asking from now on, whether it be Memorial Day, 4th of July, Veterans Day, that flag is put up in remembrance of them. Because I myself got phone calls as the commander wanting to know why it was taken down and why it wasn't up there. So I'm not going to go off on a big tangent about it, but again, a lot of veterans were very disappointed. And so I'm bringing that to you to please have that rectified if you can. I don't know who's responsible for putting those flags up or down, but I would appreciate it, and I think all the veterans would appreciate that being done. So thank you for that. So going to the second one, potholes. I know you're going to hear a lot about that tonight. I drove, on my way home today, I figured, let me see what I can do here for counting potholes. So from Chicks, well, the old Chicks, to 2nd Avenue, 62 potholes. I'm not talking little potholes. I'm talking potholes. All right? You see people, I know I do it. I have to do this, and this, and I got a 4-wheel drive, and my tires still go. All right? Excuse me? From Main Street on Second Avenue from May Street up to Main Street, 25-plus potholes. They're not small, they're freaking big, and they're only getting bigger. Now, I do understand the gas company did some lines over there, but if you take a look at where they dug and where they tarred, that's not where they are. I mean, there's holes. I was seeing today, I was reading the other week about how, the city was denied an MRAP. Was that to drive these streets? I don't know if anybody knows what an MRAP is. Mine-resistant assault protection vehicle, military grade. I understand some of you were disappointed we didn't get it. Supposedly it was all unarmored proof and all that other stuff. I've had the pleasure or displeasure of being the driver and a passenger in those vehicles. And without all that stuff that's supposed to be on there, it really is no good. Correct, sir? It's not a floatable vehicle. You want it for hurricanes and all that stuff. It doesn't float. It sinks like a rock. It is not waterproof. It's made for one thing and one thing only, and that's battle. Plain and simple. I don't know what kind of apocalypse we were expecting here, but we sure as heck don't need one of those here. All right? And I'm very happy that the state said no. That thing holds 80 gallons of diesel or JP8 fuel. There's 3 categories of that truck. I don't know what category you were all trying to get, but the cheapest one is $500,000. I saw the one that was denied was $700,000. Again, I don't know if that was being donated or if that was coming out of the budget, but what an unnecessary vehicle that is. All right, and I saw that it was for life-saving and all that stuff. We have plenty of vehicles here, and if you were gonna spend $700,000 on that, again, I'm not sure if you did or not, or that was the intent. It definitely could have spent some money on life-saving boats out there on the water because we have this big shoreline, or some other vehicles for the police or the fire department. That money would have gone for somebody else. So, again, if that was a decision, that shows me the financial irresponsibility that is going on. So, finally, the state did something good. And I'm happy Marv is here. I know I've said that before. Very happy they're here. You all may not like it, but I think if you poll most residents here, they like it. Because now, again, everything is under the microscope. And I see more and more stuff coming out every couple of weeks about these vendors. There's Ready Ink. I don't know how they got all that money. I don't even know what they do, because you Google it, it's really nothing. So that's one. So I'll leave it off on that. I'll let you get get their licks in about the potholes and stuff. And again, thank you for what you all do. I appreciate it, for you sitting up there. And good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Koza, for your comments. Mr. Frazalone?
Good evening. Paul Froslow, 19 Bloom Street. He's 100% correct in regards to the potholes on Beach Street, Bloom Street. I was here 4 weeks ago talking about the same potholes. What is the problem? We can't make a phone call to Public Works Director, Mr. McCarthy, and get those potholes fixed? It's ridiculous. And we even have them on Bloom Street from Morris Street to 3rd Avenue. Come on. Us residents take time away from our loved ones to come here and speak, not only on our behalf, but some of our neighbors' behalf that can't get here. And nothing's getting done. I mean, I'm going to give you guys till next Monday. If those potholes aren't fixed, I will go to Lowe's or Home Depot or wherever I may go, and I'll get cold patch myself. And I got about 30 residents that will go do it in front of every news channel in Connecticut. This is uncalled for. People are like, well, why don't you just go home a different way? Well, I can't go down Bloom Street because there's potholes. I can't go down B Street, there's potholes. It's ridiculous. I understand the road's getting raised, but that's besides the point. We waited. It's going to take 6 more months to get the permits to raise this road. You're talking over the winter, which is another ridiculous thing. We knew this project's going to happen for 3 years. Why do we wait? Why did Abdul wait to put the permits in? Why? That's the question. We had the $5 million for how long now from Dorinda Boer and our other state rep delegation? It's unheard of. we're tired of it. The residents are tired. We're tired. We're up here, we're speaking not just for us, for many residents. And I tell you what, our city attorney, he should be the attorney for Mayberry, not West Haven, Connecticut. At last month's meeting, 2 weeks ago, I wasn't here, and I listened on my phone. He says, well, the Style School property, we're not going to close. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, we're not going to close until 2023. For what reason? For what reason? Because they're trying to get abatement money. Now, if that is true, that is the most ridiculous thing. What happens is you got 90 days, you're buying it as is. The guy's paying only $173,000, $180,000 for that piece of property. That should be closed on within 45 to 60 days, period. We shouldn't have to wait for Thompson School for them to do litigation. I think the only one is the Blake Building, where they're not going to wait. They're not going to go after any abatement money. They want to close right away, if I heard them right. But our attorney is not looking at the taxpayers' best interest whatsoever. It's crazy. And last month I asked if we could put a porta potty at Ralph's Park on 3rd Avenue Extension. There's grown men and there's kids peeing behind the trees when they're playing basketball. Any Saturday or Sunday, there's anywhere from 50 to 100 people playing basketball there. That's only a phone call. Just call Mr. Hill and say, listen, we need a porta potty. I offered the mayor to pay the first $100 towards it last month when I was here. I mean, there's residents that live there. They should not have to look out their window and watch grown people peeing because there's nowhere else for them to go. I mean, come on, we're trying to better West Haven, but, we take a baby step forward and we go back 10 steps. It's just, I appreciate everything you guys do, but some of this stuff should get done overnight. The potholes should be fixed. And I'm going to tell you, if they're not fixed by next Monday, you're going to have every news channel down here. We're going to be filling those potholes ourselves. Numerous residents. It's ridiculous. There should be no potholes after June 1st. When was the last time we had frost? Think about it. When was the last time we had frost? Beginning of April? All these potholes should be repaired. Repaired, period. It's a joke. Everything we do in this town is just getting worse and worse and worse. And the new people that are here, it's not your fault. This was going on way before you guys said you were going to run for office. And I think this is part of the reason why you guys all chose to run for office, to represent your district, because of the lack of transparency and stuff that was coming from our elected officials and third floor of City Hall. Moving the fireworks, that's another thing. I was on a fireworks committee a long, long time ago with Artie Gilbert. Why do we gotta move the fireworks? Why do you gotta keep on hitting the West Haven residents in the chin? Okay? There's people that have people come from out of state to celebrate 4th of July in West Haven with their family, with their loved ones, and enjoy the fireworks. We're gonna move it. You don't think these people that were coming on July 3rd, they didn't get the memo or read the newspaper that, oh, geez, West Haven's fireworks are gonna be Labor Day weekend? What's the problem? Since when does West Haven back down to anybody? We got some of the best men and women police force in the area. Got 115 police officers, maybe one, or I might be off, chief, a couple. But why are we backing down? Why can't we just stand our ground and have our fireworks, have our carnivals, and go on? But the residents of West Haven need this. We just got over COVID. And then we're getting over all this financial trouble that the city is in. And we're going to move the fireworks. I guarantee it, you're not doing no justice by moving the fireworks. Nothing. Not one bit whatsoever. Okay, you're going to save on overtime. You don't think the same amount of overtime is going to be in September as it's going to be in July? You don't think so? It's going to be. How much was the overtime for the Memorial Day parade? Why didn't you move that? No, but you can't, because you don't want to move it, because that's your tradition. Well, the fireworks are a tradition. We're one of the longest tradition in the state, I believe, our fireworks display. Continuous, besides the COVID things. The moving it, to me, is a big mistake. Now let's go back to the brewery. I was one of the first ones to suggest a brewery should be across from Lorenzo's on Elm Street. Perfect spot. Perfect spot. We could put a dock. They could have a dock out there. Boats could come in. Boats could come to the brewery. They could go across the street to Lorenzo's and whatever else is coming around there. To put a 30,000 square foot plus manufacturing plant at the conference center is called spot zoning. And that's what you're doing, folks. It's spot zoning. Now, you got to realize something. Turks and Jimmy's all had an agreement since 1974 when they opened their doors. There are so many restrictions that they cannot do down there. Jimmy's can't have live music out there. They can only have piped-in music. Jimmy's has to have a 3-foot wall all around their patio. You got to go, if you release these restrictions for the brewery, let me tell you something, that brewery ain't coming, because it's going to be in litigation for years. And we have a bad track record with some of the developers on Savin Rock. I think we're either 0 for 8 or 1 for 8. The brewery does not belong at the conference center. The restaurant part I like, the tap room I like. I don't want a manufacturing plant. Our infrastructure, like I said last month, how many trucks are going to be up and down Kelsey Avenue? CHAG gets distributed every state, I believe, if not almost all of them, if not all of them. How many trucks are coming daily for deliveries, for pickup, going up and down Kelsey Avenue, taking a right on Cabot Thomas, taking all the way down to Beach Street, Pothole City? It doesn't belong there. It does not belong there. It doesn't do anything for what people fought for and I'm in favor of developing a shorefront, tastefully. Create an atmosphere down there, okay? There's not enough parking for what they want to do with that brewery. I like the idea of the brewery, but not there, please. You can't allow them to use the high school parking lot, because like I said before, I've been doing this a long time. I've been coming to these meetings a long time, so I know pretty much what I'm talking about. We denied businesses in West Haven accessibility to open their doors because they didn't have adequate parking. We actually purchased houses, knocked them down for businesses so they could have so-called personal parking. Okay? But to allow them to say, oh, you could run a shuttle bus to the high school. Like I stated before, I mean, I get a lot of people call me after I sit down. My phone will be going off the wall. It's kind of funny. But you can't allow them to use the high school parking lot. Because if you have a Friday night football game and they're doing a big benefit over there, who's going to park for the football? Who's going to have the first preference of parking? The parents that pay taxes to have their kids play football, or a brewery that's leasing the land from the city? To me, it doesn't make sense. And one other thing, when anybody comes up to this podium, like I did, a gentleman before me, name and address. I don't care if they work for the city. There's people text me, he says, who's that person at the podium? They might know his name's Rick or Mr. Scott, but they don't know who they are. They should come up here and address the chairman and the council, Paul Frazzolone, 19 Bloom Street, or Paul Frazzolone, 355 Main Street, Finance Director, Planning and Zoning Department. We used to do that. I don't know what happened. Just to have somebody say, Rick, will you come up and speak? And he comes up. People that don't know who Rick is. It's just, we on the other side, you got almost 600 people that watch this on YouTube. It's pretty unique. The guy does a great job. He's got focus every once in a while, but that's fine. But let's do things right. I want to come up here with something positive. Give me something positive to come up here for. I haven't seen nothing positive. Nothing. So I tell you, Monday, if the potholes aren't fixed on Beach Street, you're going to see neighbors down there. And we might even make national news because of the financial situation the city's in. They will get filled on Tuesday, if it's not by Tuesday or Wednesday morning, if it's not by the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Frazzolone, for your comments. Ma'am, name and address, please.
Good evening. This is Georgiana Jetty, 90 Anderson Avenue. I'd like to just say a few things for the council's edification. The city of West Haven received Audubon's first ever Share the Shore Award last year, May 2021. It was the first ever in the state of Connecticut. Mark Payne, who worked very, very closely with me, said at that time the transformation of the Sandy Point area and the community surrounding it was incredible. And that was very true. The city itself, however, continues to mostly ignore the area. Grass is seldom, if ever, mowed. The exterior of the flower boxes surrounding the area is never weed whacked at all. I went down there 2 weeks ago to try to do some work in the gardens down there, And I just reached in, there were so many shrubs around there, I reached in, when I took my hand out, I already had 4 ticks on it. So obviously, nothing is getting done with the city. Everything that gets done down there has been done since 2013 with the volunteers. Bird-friendly shrubs have been planted down there through grants from Audubon. I think I did 4 grants. So all of the plants down there turned out to be about $25,000. Now, the city itself at that time helped us. They did a observation deck for us, and they actually did the planting areas for us. But anything that went into those areas was not done by the city. Now, one of my concerns about that is that throughout the past year with COVID, a lot of the volunteers couldn't go down there, so it was totally out of control. And I was very disappointed in that because nothing was done. There was no grass mowed, no weed whacking, nothing at all done. Even though many of us called Mr. McCarthy at Public Works. I called him last week as myself, and he never returned my call. So I will tell you that I would appreciate some interest in that part of the city. The volunteers can do only so much, and we work very hard all the time. I will have to say that luckily, last Saturday, volunteers from Vertical Church in West Haven came over and did a tremendous amount of work to improve the gardens and the overall appearance of Sandy Point. And I give total credit to Melly, our 2nd District Council person, who met with, who's wonderful, who met with Pastor Paul and the other pastor of the church, and they did their giving day, a service day of giving at Sandy Point. And they did work for at least 3 or 4 hours down there and made it at least presentable, so it looks pretty good. I would say that I've been here, as Mr. Quagliano knows, for years, talking about Sandy Point and how important it is because it's an important bird area, one of the most important in the entire state of Connecticut. Audubon supports us all the time with grants and also with help when they can. They have the wildlife guards come down. They'll be down in July, and they'll be working down there. But we really do need more help from the city. We can't go on like this because people are getting older. They can't go out and mow the grass and do all the things that, Bradley Point looks great. I don't know if they ever won Share the Shore Award. We won Share the Shore Award, and nobody cares. Well, the volunteers care. The city, it seems, does not do what I would hope that the city would do. Now, I only want to say 2 things. The parking lot down there has shells on it, but within the shells there are giant rocks. People come down there from all over the state. There's a lot of bird watchers. I just met a fellow from Ellington who was down there just last week. They drive in, they have to dodge around all these big rocks. Can't we do something about getting those rocks out of the parking lot? The kiosk doesn't work. People come down, they want to pay. They're very nice people. We have a good clientele that comes down now. They want to pay. They can't pay because the kiosks don't even work. So those are some of the things that, I think should be addressed by the city. I really do. And also, I'm going to say about the potholes, I can't help it. I live on Anderson Avenue. I don't even want to drive down Beach Street to go to Sandy Point. I have to go all the way around because the potholes are so deep. I could take this, and it would be just like this. And as the gentleman said, they're all over the place. So I'm all for helping out. If he wants to fill those darn potholes, I'd be happy to help him, because people come in, that is the entrance to the shoreline. You come down, it was nice, they raised the road over by the sanitation plant, then as soon as you hit 2nd Avenue and you go from there to Chicks, boom, there's potholes everywhere. So I hope that the city will actually, do something about it, because people are very frustrated. Now, I love West Haven. I've lived here my entire life. I worked in the city of Milford, but I didn't work in the city of West Haven. I was a teacher, and I have lived here, as I said, my entire life, and I know we have so much important areas in the city, and I know all of you represent your districts very well, but I want the whole city to represent our part of the city, the lower, part of the city down near Sandy Point, like you do at Bradley Point. That would be very much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Jetty, for your comments, and thank you to you and your volunteers for all the hard work that you do. Sir?
You're welcome.
My name is Bob Manzella. I live at 21 Homesteader. Ron, I think you've recently gotten some mail from me. I know the mayor has, but I don't think she opens my mail. But in an effort to beat this horse to death, I got my little crib sheet here. What do I have on it? Beach Street, Savin Avenue, 2nd Avenue. They're a mess. They're just a mess. You got to at least fill the holes. If you can't pave it, fill the holes. And it's been this way forever. Cars, I bicycle. I'm a retired guy. I'm an old man. I bicycle about 100 miles a week. You're putting me at risk because the cars, as a previous gentleman stated, are doing this down these roads now. They're missing me by a foot or two. I've been hit 3 times since I've retired. It's not fun on a bicycle having a car pop up against you. I'm on my 3rd bike. I'll let it go at that because we've certainly beat it to death. I've also written the mayor, council persons, the light up on Hillcrest across from the police station hasn't worked in months. It has trippers. It's not using the trippers. Whether you're there at 3 a.m., 2 in the afternoon, 6 at night, it's 35 seconds on, 35 seconds off. When you're coming up that hill and you got a tractor trailer in front of you, he's not going to make the light, and neither are you. And we've been doing this now since the middle of winter. Maybe we could take that light right out of there, or at least shorten the cycles if you can't get the trippers going. But you can't make it 35 seconds for Hillcrest and the police station because nobody's there. There's just nobody there, and you're just sitting there. The result is people coming up the hill see the light go to orange or yellow, whatever color it is. They don't slow down. They go because they don't want to wait again. And my last item, I was down the beach a couple of weeks ago on a Sunday night on my bicycle, and the police came through at 7:30, told me to hit the bricks. The beach is closed. When did that start? The sun's up till almost 9 right now, and they're kicking me off the beach at 7:30, saying it's closed. It's the big attraction of this town, and every year you're taking it back a half an hour. Pretty soon you're going to close it all together. I can see it coming. You're going to get like Milford with the beaches. It's going to be all private. Those beaches need to be open till at least 9. I don't know why you don't go till midnight. I've never seen any trouble down there. I've lived in this town since the 60s. I'd appreciate it if I could go down there at night and sit on a bench or sit on my bicycle or even sit in the car and not have the police come by and say, hit the bricks, kid. So, and that's my bit. That's all I got. But also, whoever's going to do this paving, I'd be willing to help, but I'm not buying any of the asphalt. Somebody's going to have to do that. I'll shovel, but you're going to need literally yards and yards. But it's got to be fixed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manzella, for your comments. Mr. Weinstein? And then, ma'am, you're next, okay?
Good evening.
Evening.
Andy Weinstein, 20 Platt Avenue. I'll start with a piece of good news. We participated in the Adopt a Senior program, so thank you to Bridget. I know you were involved in that. I don't know who else was, but it was a delightful visit we had from Gianni Gambardella, our star pitcher for West Haven, and you matched him up. I don't know who did the matching, but matched him up with the right person because I'm a huge baseball fan. So in today's paper, Brian has an article, and I want to read a little bit from it. The City Council voted to move forward with an investigation into a forensic audit report that concluded much of the city's $1.5 million in CARE Act grants had been mismanaged. In April, let's see if I can shorten it, Council Chairman Peter Massaro said he believes the firm's forensic audit was not comprehensive, and key figures who were not interviewed had knowledge or information that could have answered some open questions. We want to find out why this information wasn't brought to them. The audit was not an audit, it was not complete. It goes on to say that Councilwoman Melody Garthwaite and Sarah Akbarali were appointed as the council's liaisons to the investigation. It's sounding like we're investigating the audit, and what we should be doing is investigating the audit results, not the auditors. Let me read from the minutes of the 4/11 meeting. The City Council shall have power by 9 votes of its entire membership to investigate any officer, department, or board, and shall have the power to compel the attendance of witnesses and production of data at any meeting, on and on and on. But there was a motion made to investigate the administration, not the auditors. And this has been flipped around, really a kind of a bait and switch thing. This was the motion to investigate was part of the motion that Mitch made to have no confidence in the mayor. It was all one. So to get an investigation of the auditor in that same, I mean, it's just not what the minutes say. So we've had a little bait and switch here, and it's inappropriate. It's wrong. If you want to have another investigation, that's fine. But this committee, this council, voted to investigate the results of the audit, not the auditors. And my understanding is that Melly and Sarah were not going to be liaisons. They were going to be chairing a committee to do the investigation. Now, these people have lives, have careers, and dedicate an awful lot of time to this city council. To ask those two people alone to do an investigation is unfair. It needs more help. And there are many people, I know my wife is one of them, whether she gets on or not is irrelevant. This needs to be a committee of at least a half a dozen people. I want to reiterate something I said at the last meeting, and that is there is no communication back to the citizens of the city. We have concerns, complaints, I mean, potholes. I mean, how many times do you want to hear this? Come back with an answer to us. I'm not saying we need to engage in a one-on-one dialogue. When public comments are closed, somebody should spend 10 minutes saying, this is what's happening here, this is what's happening there. I don't know what's happening here, but I'll get back to you at the next meeting. But I feel like this is an indignant council. You want nothing to do with us. We can get up here and rant. We say the same things most of the time, every 2 weeks, complaining about potholes for months. And it's shameful that they haven't been filled by the middle of June, but other people have gone on about that. I thought the way things went down with the carnival canceling was disgraceful. Less than a week later, so let me just read from an article. July 2nd is also the night of West Haven's popular fireworks show. The city needs to focus on its security and safety efforts for an event that draws thousands to the shore every year. Because of that, there would not be enough officers to work the carnival. And then a week later, we get rid of the fireworks. What is going on? So you've taken away everything. I mean, the mayor mentioned it on West Haven the way it is. There are hundreds of comments. They're all negative. A lot of four-letter words in there, too. You got to give this city something to look forward to, and taking stuff away on a regular basis is just fueling the anger of the city. The Art Center, I know that's on the ARPA to-do list. I think it's a bad time. I would love an art center. We don't have the money to fund it. We don't have the money to upkeep it. And the mayor wants to bond a $2 million project on Dawson Avenue. We can pay for that with ARPA funds and not have to bond. If you want to do some arts things, let's open up the high school auditorium to concerts, to things. And we had a very successful arts walk, arts crawl a couple weeks ago. There are things we can do to promote the arts in the city, and I'm all in favor of it. But to spend millions of dollars on an art center, this is the wrong time. And I don't even know if we have the authority to do that with MARB in control. I think I've covered all that I'm going to cover for tonight. But thank you for listening, and I hope to hear some response from somebody at some point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weinstein, for your comments. Ma'am, and then Mr. Hickey, you're next.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Anna Luther. I'm a resident at 278 Main Street. And I actually want to address the issue of the funding for West Haven's proposed Community Arts Center. The remarks that I'm presenting here tonight are actually the words of my colleague, Ms. Zora Rawling, another member of our community. She was supposed to be able to be here tonight, but unfortunately, she was unable to attend. I am happy to present on her behalf because I share her sentiments. So the words you are about to hear belong to Ms. Rawling. We have an opportunity to create our own independent cultural identity. We can give people a reason to come to West Haven in addition to our neighboring municipalities. People can have another reason to be proud to be from here, another resource for our kids and adults to experience arts, music, and dance. The evidence is in the burgeoning businesses in town, dance studios and acting schools. Both my husband and I grew up in Flint, Michigan. And although with that name comes so many negative associations, allow me to include some very positive ones. The Flint Cultural Center is one street. It consists of the Flint Public Library, the Sloan Natural History Museum, a planetarium, 2 theaters, one of which caters to youths, a music school, and an art center. To say that this saved my life is an understatement. It was at the Flint Institute of Music where I discovered my love for opera. My first role was performed there. It was one of the 3 sprites in the Magic Flute. My grandmother enrolled my father and uncle at the Flint Institute of Music, which was one of the ways she kept them safe and engaged. That love has lasted. My father went back to that same school again to take lessons after he retired and sold his business in April of this year. My mother has taken lessons at the Flint Institute of Art for as long as I can remember. These are the organizations that will grow our community, from youth to the elderly. We need to create opportunities for people to use the downtown area. A reason to spend time there that isn't just filling paperwork at City Hall or a whistle stop event on the green. Activities that bring them back every week of every month. Year-round, music lessons, art classes, artist gatherings, meetups, dance. There are many performers here in West Haven, and a large percentage of them do not work here. They all have to work in other towns. I am one of those performers. Students here often have to study with teachers in other towns. All of that economic activity and opportunity is lost, and the focus on our community is fractured. I want to see our city join with the surrounding cities and participate with them in the arts. I'm grateful to be living in New Haven County, and I would like to see our city rise in the arts. An arts center is a community center. Finally, Vicki Revere is an opera singer and resident of West Haven. She has donated her time and talent to fundraising organizations such as WHEAT. She also has to perform outside of West Haven. The only reason we were able to attend is that we have a 3-day break. And yes, Ms. Revere is the 6th great-granddaughter of Paul Revere, who is an artist himself. She states that not only would he have been in favor of the Art Center, but he would have also helped build it. What will our legacy be? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Hickey? Mr. Hickey, you're up. And then you next, sir.
Michael Hickey, 32 Bungalow Lane. Anybody interested? The cost of asphalt in the bag is over $15. That's when I bought it, about a month ago. I don't know what it is because it's oil-based. Because the city doesn't patch my street. I pay the same patch as everybody else does, but because conveniently they got loose on a free that it was a private right-of-way, they decided to take away all obligations unless we force them to. There's only 2 things I can trust in this town anymore. One's my rubbish man, because I can set him by the clock when he picks up my rubbish. and he's a private contractor. The other one's my fire department. Any other service in this town I have absolutely no use for. After I complained about the bags being picked up, for 2 weeks they got picked up, the leaf bags. I'm a very nice guy. I know it's hard to believe that. I left my bags in the garage because I didn't want them to get wet because I felt that would be an insult for a roadman to have to go around picking up wet leaf bags. So I got up 6 o'clock in the morning to put it out because it wasn't raining anymore. Well, I come here, they're still there. I guess 2 weeks was enough good time. All right? I'm paying people. There's no consistency in this town, none whatsoever. They do what they want to do, and nobody's holding them accountable. Trust me, I drive around. I see. I don't drive around with closed eyes. There's more hanging around than there is working. And if you don't get on the horses of these commissioners and tell them to start straightening up their act, fire them. Good place to start. Start getting qualified commissioners, not your good friends that don't know anything. I watch how they fill potholes. The potholes they're filling now, they only half fill them. So when the cars run over it, they push them down and squeeze them down. You got a small pothole now. But within a week's time, it's a big pothole. All right, because you're just banging the living heck out of it. This is called laziness. Absolute laziness. But I'll bet you nickels to dime that they make sure they got every penny in their paycheck, and damn, you better not short them. Simple as that. I talk very straight. Enough is enough. I read the newspaper about the police contract. I cannot believe that my city council, this city is on fire. I got the marb coming down our throat and a city council throwing gasoline on it. I was under the assumption that the CARE Act's money and the rest of the money that came from the government that went to the states and shared out and spread out amongst the cities was to go directly to the people that were most devastated by the COVID lockdown. How many policemen were laid off? I know none of my fire department was. How many city workers were let go? How many town garages and stuff were shut down? And then people were sent home and they lost their benefits and their paychecks. Because trust me, unemployment does not cover what you make when you're working. That's what that money was supposed to be for, to rejuvenate and to bring back as much of the business that was lost, as much as the workers were lost, and help the people in this city. It was not given for a special interest. And I know they're standing there. I have no fears. I'm to the point in my life, sooner or later, I know I'm going to die. And it's to the point now, I hope it's sooner than later. I've sat down at my dining room table for the last 2 days to figure out a new budget because everything out there is outrunning what I got coming in. So there's things that have to come off the table and have to be eliminated. I have to downgrade my cable. As long as General Hospital stays on, my wife is happy. All right? I have to downgrade my phone system to just one set of phones instead of a land phone. I have to get rid of the OnStar in my car, all right, because that's $26 I can spend somewhere else. This is what you do when you got to make ends meet without beating the crap out of everybody else. I don't go begging. I will never beg. All right? I'm not saying that the police department doesn't need to sit down and redo a contract, but right now, the last one was denied. What I don't understand, Mayor, is why you didn't stop that council from meeting. Marb had already said that that budget was history, and you had to come up with a new one. Well, in that budget was the police contract. When I read the paper and I outline and I look, words jump back at me. And when you're sitting and telling me that's going to be fine for the next 2 years, but in 2 years' time, we're gonna have to raise the mills of the taxpayers. You know my Irish temper going up. So you're gonna beat me down again. But you're not only beating me down, you're beating every resident in this town down because you don't have anything commercial or residential to speak of, or retail. Right? I have to go shopping at ShopRite now because Stop and Shop here is totally useless. I'm tired of going in and getting nothing. All right? I don't know what ShopRite's doing, but they're doing something right because their shelves are full. All right? I need to get what I'm used to getting. So now I got to burn extra money to leave my town because the only grocery store to speak of is Stop and Shop, and it's going down the toilets. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if it closed. And that'll leave anybody that's not capable of driving out of town is going to have to find some other way to eat. Good job. I remember when ShopRite, we're going to find somebody else. Nobody's going in here. Nobody's coming to this town. Then I read in the newspaper about the Haven. Finish date now is 2026. Right? You'll be long gone. Trust me, this is it for you. I can't find a Democrat I talk to who's gonna vote for you. You're done. All right?
Mr.
There's no
Hickey.
ifs, ands. Don't tell
Mr.
me
Hickey.
to be quiet, I'll
Mr.
tell the
Hickey,
truth.
Stick to the issue.
So
and
all
don't
this
personally
time,
attack.
in
Mr.
10
Hickey,
years' time,
do you want to be ruled out of order?
And
Just talk to the issue. Don't personally
I'm talking to the
attack
issue.
any-
In
you're-
10 years' time, nothing has happened there.
I don't disagree with you, but talk to the issue.
So in 10 years' time, $2 million that was supposed to be generated, we haven't seen, we're out $20 million. Because they're not paying the taxes. You sit there, well, he's losing money. Anybody that sits there and tells me this has no idea about business. They're writing it off as a total loss. Well, we're gonna fine them for blight. They're gonna write it off. They don't care. Right now, they're holding the Gold Coast. In 20 years' time, what they paid for it, if they don't do anything, it'll be worth double what they paid. But they've written it all off. They haven't lost a dime. That's how business works. All right? There was no great game plan made. But you wanted to push out the people in the businesses. All right? And only one stayed, and that's Nick's. That's all. We didn't gain anything. The same thing with jail. We didn't gain anything. $2 million a year, taxes was lost. That came on the shoulders of us. And I know yous live in this town, and yous are the same. We gotta stop doing this. It's getting to be a repetitious. I feel like a rat in a cage running around getting nowhere. I keep telling you, you gotta start thinking out of the box, but you're not thinking. All you're thinking is how we're gonna shake this taxpayer down for more money. Now I see and I remember distinctly that we were all so upset at one time. Finance Director Scott, regards to tax lien assignment list. Still selling tax liens, huh? Still throwing our own taxpayers under the bus. Got to shake them down. We need that money. Yet I distinctly heard somebody once say, well, we should collect that money ourselves, just make an agreement with them to pay interest, and we'll collect it on a monthly basis on top of the regular taxes. Give them a break. Nobody wants to know what's going on. If you don't know what's going on by now, let me explain it to you. The taxpayers out here, all right, we're the working class. We're not the upper class, all right? We don't have benefits like city workers or big unions or anything else. We're blue-collar workers. We got to pay for all this ourselves. We're not making any more money. We can't go to our boss and say, I need a $10,000 raise because the cost of living is killing me. Because you say, well, I need to give you less money because competition is trying to put me out of business. What Roosevelt had said has come true. He told people, and he was a Democrat, you cannot let the public sector go union. It is not a profit-making business. The only way you get your money is to tax the people. And sooner or later, they will become the dominant power. They're here. They're all here. And you can't stop them. Now, I watch the news. There's plenty of unemployed New York, Brooklyn cops. They're leaving by the droves. 1,500 retired last year. Most of them with only 15 to 20 years. Why don't we send out a flyer? See if they want to come work for us without benefits. Give them the $75,000 and a bonus check every year of $13,000 like Mr. Burns got when he was the exec for Picard. So I have an excellent memory, all right? For their health. Maybe they'll come and work. They don't need benefits. They get their retirement immediately. All their health benefits are paid by New York. So why don't we bring them down here? These are the best trained cops in the world. Don't cost us a dime. Put a flyer out. Simple as that. I don't think they'd want to leave, considering if they're coming out of Brooklyn or the Bronx. All right, I've worked down there. Trust me, this is a kindergarten. This is a kindergarten. They'll sit down and tell you what tough guys are. Real gangsters. Not the punks we got running the streets here. They'll chew them up and spit them out and laugh while they're drinking the coffee while they're doing it. Always take the opportunity when you see it. They're looking. Don't say it can't be done, because when the chief of police retired in Milford, they hired him back as the chief of police with no benefits and $100,000 a year. The taxpayers were actually saving money. I'm still trying to figure out what my police department, who they're adjusting to what they're making. Who's making more than them? All right, I don't know what town they're looking at. It's not Milford. You can't go by New Haven. That's over a 400-man police department. Can't be Bridgeport. Those are rough neighborhoods. Can't be Hartford. Who are they judging this by? $65,000 base pay. I know how to do the math. If you give them $10,000, that's $75,000. If you're giving them 2.5%, they're up to $78,000 a year, plus health care, 401k, and Social Security. That's not bad. For a cop, that's not bad at all. Not in this hick town. Only 10 square miles. I got 77 patrol officers, all right? I got 15 detectives. I got 18 sergeants. I got 5 lieutenants. I got 3 captains, and you want to hire one, all right? A deputy chief and a chief of police. The chief of police here makes $10,000 more than the one in Milford. And when Milford asked for his raise, you know what that mayor told him. Ain't happening. And he's going to get another $10,000 on top of it. That's the plan. With nothing to justify it for. Nothing at all. I've been around. I'm 70 years old. I've seen everything there is to see and then some. You don't want to be or walk in the shoes that I've walked into. There are people in this town that know exactly who I am and what I was. I've gone all the way to the gutter and picked myself up not once but twice. All right? The brewery you're talking about doesn't interest me a bit. Never going to visit it. Because with me, 1 beer is too many and 1,000's not enough. I'd drink that place dry in a week if I ever picked up another drink. I've been to everything you've seen. I've seen everything there is to see. I've drove a beer truck. I watched a man get his neck cut from ear to ear and watched a Waterbury cop drive right by. He didn't want to get involved because there was 6 other people there making sure he died. That's the way life really is. And I don't blame them. They don't pay me enough to get killed. This world is going absolutely nuts. But I cannot go broke. We didn't create this. All these people in this room and most of the people in this city are good, honest, hard-working people. We're looking for a fair shake. We want our money spent right. Potholes, I'm tired of talking about potholes, all right? You never, even if Paul does what he's gonna do, within a week's time, they'll all be back anyway, because he won't do it right either, all right? It takes a lot of money to do it the right way. Actually, you should pave it. Now, you got $29 million. At least half of that should be dedicated to road pavement. Stop waiting for the grants. Our cars are getting destroyed. None of us can afford electric cars. My car's paid for, but every time I gotta fix the front end and stuff, it's costing me 100 and change. And it's all because of potholes. Because either I hit the pothole or I hit the guy coming down the other way. Sit down, bring these people forward to this city council and ask them, why isn't it getting done? That's all it takes. Be a boss. Be the leaders. That's what you were voted for. Demand the truth. Stop taking the crap. You don't have to. We put you in these seats to run our city, to demand that we be respected. Now start doing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hickey, for your comments. Sir? And then Mrs. Weinstein, you're next, all right?
Good evening. My name is Elvin Melendez, and I live at 5 2nd Avenue Terrace here in this great city of West Haven. I moved to West Haven 24 years ago today from the South Bronx, and I have no regret whatsoever. I am here in support of the West Haven Arts Center. When I'm not the Director of Community Affairs and Engagement for a nonprofit contracted with the state of Connecticut to manage the medical Husky Health program, I am a recording artist. I am a product of public school education and programs and services provided to underserved communities in the South Bronx. One of those programs related to vocal lessons through a local arts center. Aside from learning vocal techniques and breathing exercises to sustain a note, attending the arts center helped me to remain focused on my educational goals. But most importantly, it helped me stay off the streets. Not only did I complete higher education, but I've been able to do the opening bits for several Grammy Award winners, including gospel pioneers John P. Key, Alvin Slaughter, Ron Canoli, and I've done backup for Josh Groban and several others. I credit my entertainment and professional experiences to those that invested in me at that art center. Again, I am in support of the art center, and living in the South Bronx was not easy. You know, living in public housing is not easy. And some of us had to use government programs to be able to navigate life. And I'm not ashamed of that. And I'm very proud of my mother for what she did, for what she had to do for her children. And so think about the positive long-term effect of this initiative. And imagine the greatness that will come out of the City of West Haven's Art Center. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Melendez, for your comments. Mrs. Weinstein?
Good evening, Paige Weinstein, 20 Platt. I'd like to talk in favor of the police department. I think we have an amazing force. I believe that they are underpaid. I know that MARB even agreed in listening to their counsel is the fact that they're on the low end. I know that they have a contract that is coming due on July 1. The idea that we are standing here in the middle of June without any type of resolution is appalling. To say that it is only based on because MARB will not approve your contract. I found out about this the end of last year, that we had police officers leaving while we were investing $100,000 to train new. This I read about on the way it was, West Haven, the way it was page. We immediately started contacting people. We contacted Steve, who's not here today. We've called a variety of people to find out what was going on, which then prompted us to come to our first council meeting and saying, what's happening? Why are we being so financially irresponsible by letting police officers go because we're not paying them enough because they're going to East Haven, they're going to Woodbridge, they're going to a variety of cities who literally don't have to invest in training because they just take our amazing officers after 2 years. They just have to wait 2 years, and here's one, boom, we can grab them. And meanwhile, then, now we're back to $100,000 to train new. I'm ashamed to think that we are now standing in the middle of June with no resolution. And I read the article that was in the paper, and I have to tell you, for you all to blame Marb, unacceptable. Unacceptable. You owe it to the town residents, you owe it to our police officers to figure out, what does Marb need? How do they feel? What will they approve in the next, 2 weeks, in order for us to have a contract? My personal belief is a concern about overtime and police officers come July 2nd when we were going to have fireworks. When we say, well, there's a concern. My belief is the fact of, wow, what are we going to do if police officers are not working the overtime because they're not compensated? Now, I can tell you that in talking to officers, it is not a matter that they don't care for us, that they don't care. If anything, they care so much, that is why they are still here. However, they're exhausted. We have officers that go home for less than 8 hours a day to see their family, catch some sleep, and eat. We need to be thanking them. We need to be standing in support. And you all, in my opinion, need to turn to Marb and say, we're at a critical position. What do we need to do? The idea that we have a budget that cannot be passed, and Marb is saying that they're expressed dismay. This is an article from last week. They'd expressed dismay that some of the discussion materials had been submitted to Marb only the day before, or the fact that they didn't even have all of the information that they need. I wasn't part of that meeting. I can't tell you. But the only thing that I can say, and I've called many of you and said, we need to address this first and foremost. How do we even talk about having an arts center in town? I can tell you, I am all for the arts. My daughter, when she was growing up, had an agent in New York. We went in once a week for auditions. My daughter is handicapped. My daughter is hearing impaired. And she found singing as her outlet, and that was through the arts. How do we talk about an arts center when we have such crime downtown that at night we lock the Silver's parking lot because of the crime? I happen to know that there's been multiple shootings downtown at night. So, in my opinion, for what it's worth, we need a downtown revitalization before we talk about building an arts center. We're putting the horse before the cart. Now, I am all for arts. We have this ARPA money. We can invest in our children. We have a brand new high school. Is there a way that we hire teachers and we have programs at the high school, either in the evenings or we have them after school? Why can't we use facilities that we already have? Why do we need to build something brand new? Let's do this in a systematic approach. Talking about a systematic approach and also integrity and hard work. I sat here in the meeting when we had the no confidence vote and when we said that when it was voted that there'd be an investigative committee. I believe that some people believed that that was really going to be the way it's meant to be. Because in today's article, and I quote, "This is a very controversial topic that has brought anguish and distrust to the community. The citizens of West Haven deserve the truth in all political matters from the top down. As elected officials, it is our responsibility to serve the entire community and to be honest and transparent." Sound familiar? So, now, in transparency, to not create any additional anguish or distrust, you all, because based on this article, have now decided instead to investigate Con Resnick. Instead of, well, who are all these people that are listed with this money that we have no idea who they are or why they are? How about these employees that got money that didn't fall under COVID relief funds because they got overtime checks? Organizations that we have no idea who they are, or employees that took money that never filled out an ethics form, or they don't have a tax number on file, or they have multiple tax numbers on file. That's part of an investigation. Finding out why Con Resnick did not ask the right person is not what I believe that the citizens were asking you to do. So, I think as far as to stop the anguish, to stop the distrust, and that we all deserve the trust, I recommend that you go back to your minutes. What was the date of those minutes? April 20?
April 25th for the April 11th meeting.
I recommend you all go back to those minutes and read your minutes, because I read your minutes today, and you take another look at what you all have agreed to do on behalf of our citizens. While we're talking about ARPA or COVID money, I'd like to talk about ARPA money. In the ARPA money, in today's paper, thank you, Brian, we talk about the fact that Ken Carney has come before you, and he now wants $700,000 instead of $300,000 to hire an accounting firm to manage our ARPA funds. And to quote, we have to straighten out our mess or nobody will want to work with us. And this company that he is recommending to all of you to approve $700,000 of our ARPA money, which in my opinion is too much, is the fact that this company is not willing to take on the ARPA funds without investigating the COVID funds. So we have Ken Carney's company that's going to investigate the COVID money. We have the investigative liaisons with the attorney investigating the COVID money. We have our new auditing company who needs to investigate the COVID money before they can close out the 21 budget or fiscal year. So $700,000 here, $20,000 for your attorney. I don't know how much the new auditing company is. Where is the fiscal responsibility and the management and the oversight? You all owe the citizens here. This money that comes in is not for the city to build a house in case somebody has a fire and they need some place to put them. This money is supposed to go to the citizens. We have an opportunity to make this city the best. So on that, I do recommend the fact that on the $700,000 for the ARPA, out of the ARPA money, to manage the ARPA money is not acceptable. While we're talking about money and we're talking about COVID funds, the end of May, there was an article in the paper, probably also, thank you, Brian. Finance Director Scott Jackson says we need to investigate because he is finding invoices that are marked in a red pen that although checks were cashed, conceivably, they were not, or because they were issued, they were not cashed. Well, I'm not sure why we don't know whether a check was cashed. I know that I can go to my bank statement and I can see whether a check is cashed. And he did not know when he was quoted in that article whether the checks were canceled. My question is, if you all issue checks, or if the city issued checks out of the COVID money, and they wrote down in their journal that they wrote that check, and the check never got cashed, why don't we know that? And that means the money's still in the account. Because if I write you a check and you don't cash it, I still have that money. So are we missing money or are we not missing money? And I don't know why our finance director, Scott Jackson, would go to the press, tell them that we don't know whether the checks were actually cashed for the people that illegally took the checks, and just hang that out there. And again, this is where we also get nothing back. And the last thing that I have, in your communication G today with the University of New Haven for the use of 75 telephone poles or light poles from Washington Avenue to Platt Street, or to Platt Ave, actually it's Platt Court right there, that allowing the University of New Haven to pay $1,500 total to rent and be able to put up banners on 75 light poles is ridiculous. In the mayor's communication to you today and in the city attorney's communication, it says it allows us to co-brand with the University of New Haven, and it allows us to look into other ways of streaming, getting a stream of income coming in. Well, my company has been in your town for 39 years, beyond the fact that I'm a resident. I've been here. I'd like to co-brand with the city, and I am putting forth to this council that instead of $1,500, I will pay you $3,000 to rent those 75 poles. And I will put up banners in conjunction with the city that are for the best of the city. We could have wonderful things. We could have pictures of Savin Rock. We could have even pictures of just different flowers. We could have one advertising Sandy Hook, and on the bottom I will just write, courtesy of Start Hire. But the idea that you are going to, so if you would like a new stream of income, I offer you $3,000. Beyond that, if the council decides that we have 75 poles, and this is a great way to increase revenue, we should go to the local businesses in town and say, would you like to rent? And you all can control the size of the flag, exactly what it says, with just that banner on the bottom. I'd be the first one in line. I don't need all 75, but the idea that we're going to give 75 to UNH for $1,500, $1,500 for 75 poles, I double it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Weinstein, for your comments. Anyone else from the public, sir?
Hello, my name is Nathan Rawling, 84 Park Terrace. My wife and myself, we moved to West Haven about 20 years ago, and we've watched a number of administrations come and go. We've watched the city change a little bit over time. It's been an interesting ride. We moved here from Pennsylvania, where we lived for a few years, and before that, Flint, Michigan, which was an interesting place to be from. Not a very interesting place to visit, but a place where we still have family. Frequently described as the most dangerous city in the world. West Haven, even the dangerous and crime-ridden parts of West Haven seem a little tame to us. We've heard a lot today about what's wrong with West Haven, the potholes. There are things that I personally find objectionable, the brownfields, the failed development projects, the Haven. I'm not a big fan of all of the zoning restrictions and building restrictions that seem to make it impossible to ever build the thing that you want or do the thing that you want to do. The really abrasive political atmosphere. I think a lot of that stuff that we're seeing, even in this room today, it's somehow always someone else's fault. Blame the other guy. The city council's really angry at the mayor, and there's somehow there's always some reason why we can't get anything done. And as a citizen of the city, when you come into City Hall and you need to get something done, I need a building permit. You go into building sends you over to planning and zoning needs the address for something and they don't have it. It's a nuisance to get anything done in here, and then you have to go pay a fee, you have to go down to the end of the hall. It's kind of amazing how difficult it is to get anything done in this town as a city. And then as the sort of cost of anything goes up, it just snowballs. until the minute you get into a big project, it simply seems to be impossible. Until we seem as a city to be kind of incapable of really getting things done. And over the past 20 years, that really seems to be a theme. Like Conference Center, I've been watching that thing just melt on the shoreline for 20 years. And that's kind of embarrassing. And, when you see something that looks like it's gonna go well, like the Haven, and, I've been here long enough, I'm like, yeah, sure, we'll see what happens. But with all of that said, there's something about this town and this community that, I don't know, there's an energy. Why are we all still here? We are all still here, and you are all still here. Somehow, in spite of this, and in spite of watching this for 20 years or for 50 years, somehow we are all so stubborn or ridiculous that we somehow believe that we can still make this work. We still believe that we can make this city be the thing that we want it to be. And we believe that we can get these things done. But how do we get there from where we are? How do we bridge this gap between at each other's throats, fighting over the audits, 3 separate groups of people all fighting over whose fault it was that money got stolen by this bad guy who's not even here, right? Like, we all know that this thing happened. It was bad. That person's going to jail. Somebody should have caught him. Okay, fine, it happened. This is the world we live in. People do crimes. Sad but true. We have to change. We have to change the way that we do things. We have to change the way that we think about things, and we have to change the way that we do business. We have to change the way that we deal with each other. Instead of looking at this as a zero-sum game, where it's us versus them, the city council versus the mayor's office, and the art community versus the police department, we need to find a way to work together. We need to find a way to build something better. So this complaint about, the policemen that are all overworked. Why are they all overworked? When I see a policeman in West Haven, what are they doing? They're directing traffic. Why do we have policemen directing traffic every time there's a utility vehicle working on a pole? Is that the best use of a police officer's time? Is there no other person in the community that is qualified to make sure that no one hits somebody who's working on a utility pole? I think that there's a flaw here somewhere. Like, we have tied up our city in arbitrary rules that has made it the way that it is. Even things like the credit card purchasing, a great idea. Okay, we'll only have one credit card. That way we know that credit card is safe. And if only one person has the credit card and only one person can use the credit card, then we can monitor all the credit card transactions. But what actually happens is every time anybody needs to buy anything, they have to go find that person with their credit card with their form that's filled out in triplicate, and then it just turns into this giant paper chase. And everything in the city is this way. I don't know how to fix it. I wish I did. But I want you to know that as a citizen and a taxpayer, I believe that we can do better, that I want for all of us to do better. I want us to do better. I want you all to do better. I also want something else. I want you to vote for the Arts Center. I'm a musician, an amateur musician. I'm 46 years old. I'm not going to Carnegie Hall. But I love music, and I love theater, and I love dance. I like to do these things even though I'm not great at them. They're skills that I've developed as an adult for the most part. It's not only about children. My children, they also study theater and arts and the dance. They can do it at school. I can't go to school and do those things. I have to work. The Arts Center gives me an opportunity to do some of those things. I can find studio space if I need those things. Right now, I am so tired of having to go to Audubon Street every time I need to go to an art class. I have to go to Audubon Street, I have to go to Guilford, I have to go to Milford, I have to go to all of these places every time that I want to indulge in music or the arts or theater. And I'm tired of it. I'm tired of having to drive to these places. I'm tired of having to pay these other organizations money so that I can experience the arts, when I could be paying organizations here in West Haven. There are so many artists, so many musicians, so many performers here in West Haven. They would like to work here. There's no venues here. Even the high school, someone said, open up the auditorium. Okay, fine. Some of my friends, they work in burlesque. You're not gonna have burlesque in the auditorium at the high school. But even so, the auditorium maybe seats too many for some of the arts. Maybe it seats too few for others. Maybe it's not gonna work for the traditional Irish jam sessions. In any case, if you need studio space, right now you go into New Haven, you go to Erector Square, you go to Marlin Works. You know, there's no place to get studio space here. People are paying thousands of dollars a month to try and get studio space. The waiting list at Erector Square is months to years long. You know, this is a big problem, and we have, you know, a real opportunity to really create something that could bring together a part of our community that's been ignored for far too long. And I really think that an art center really could build a community and a real opportunity to bring some people into the downtown area that right now, you know, I don't always have a lot of use for. You know, there are some nice things in downtown, but I don't get down here that often because they're not quite nice enough to justify the trip over here. Not because I'm afraid to come here, not because I'm afraid of the crime or the parking or whatever. It's not, whatever. I don't care. But just because, you know, I can walk down to the beach instead. But I really do think that if you were to build this art center, if you were to finish that building that sat empty for far too long already, that it's well on its way to turning into the next Savin Rock corpse in West Haven. I think it could be a really good thing for this community. And not just for the kids, not just for the seniors, but for all the people in between. And I really hope that you'll consider it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rawlings, for your comment. So everyone from the public like to address the city council, Mr. Charney, and then Mr. Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Aaron Charney, 146 Union Ave. I just wanted to start, last month I was up here, I brought up how the Knicks property card was incorrect, and the city went back and corrected it. And now it shows the Haven owes $949.24 in taxes from the last year that they haven't paid. I went through the tax liens, I didn't see it there. I assumed it wouldn't be there anyways yet, but hopefully they pay that soon. And thank you for checking on that, whoever checked on that, and adjusting that, because there was a building there and it said there was no building there. And with that, if we were to knock down every building there, it would cost $22,022.14. That's the price my residents are putting up with over there, with those structures, the blight across the road. So hopefully we tear down those buildings. We had an article, you're getting a lot of praise tonight, Brian, about the meeting that happened with the Haven last month, and the Corporation Council has suggested we knock down the buildings and charge the developer. And the mayor does not support knocking down those buildings in that article, and you've said this repeatedly, but please, Mayor Rossi, tear down those buildings, please. It would do a tremendous for our area if those buildings were gone, the blight gone. And I couldn't believe they asked for more money. Not one more penny for this developer from local or state taxpayers. They've gotten more than enough. They have to start doing something before anything moves on our end. I was looking through the packet tonight, and I was hoping to see budget adjustments, and I didn't see any there in the agenda materials. And that's disheartening because the MARB wants you to adjust the budget. And the MARB meeting is this week, and I wish we could have saw what those adjustments were, and so that way we could get up here and talk about the adjustments, whether or not we supported them or not. It's kind of like what the MARB pointed out last meeting, where they get the materials the day before the meeting, and how are they supposed to go over it? You're gonna go before the MARB later this week and present them with the budget, and we've never seen it as a taxpayers. We should be able to see that before you go to the MARB. It's just, to me, I find that disrespectful as a taxpayer. We should know where our budget is. Another thing I found disrespectful was canceling the carnival, and then a week later, because of the fireworks, and a week later pushing off the fireworks. That bothered me. That church, to put on an event like that takes a ton of time, a ton of volunteers. And to have that rug pulled on them is disheartening. We need organizations like that to put their time and energy into organizing stuff like that. That builds community. And I just, we have to support those organizations. Watching the last ARPA meeting before you guys, thank you for putting conditions on the Arts Center. There are too many questions on this currently. There needs to be a business plan before we go further on this. There needs to be due diligence done on this before we go further. It's a big project. It's $3.5 million plus the state grant we have on this. It is a big project. As we can see, there's a lot of demand for arts in this town. However, as we've seen with, let's say, the conference center, the conference center went in decline. We never had a proper business plan for that. We need a proper business plan before we open something else up like that again. And if they can't get that, I think there's other priorities in this town. As people said, the streets are abhorrent in some areas. I don't even, when I go for a run or I ride my bike, I don't go on 2nd Ave anymore. It's dangerous. There's just some projects that are shovel ready. We might be, you guys, it's a limited pool of money. And I also just want to speak in favor of the police and fire with the ARPA money. So, back in March 23rd, 2021, I had the scariest day of my life. My son and mother-in-law were mauled by a pit bull who came into my backyard, ripped my son's leg open. PD showed up in force. Thank you, guys. Fire showed up in force. Fire. Thank you, Mike Southworth, for talking me down because I was a wreck. These officers, this is during COVID. They're in there with masks, everything else. These are our frontline workers during COVID. They put up with responding to that, responding to other things, responding to people in their houses having to go to the hospital because they can't breathe. They deserve money from this ARPA money. This is one of the reasons why this money was put out, was to support our frontline workers. Our fire and police deserve our support. And I just can't thank them enough. And again, I just want to thank you guys. I know you guys, I think it's going to be a late meeting tonight. And I know it's not easy, but thank you guys. Have a good one.
Thank you, Mr. Charney, for your comments. Mr. Casey, and then Mr. Lewis.
Walter Casey, 40 Harding Avenue. I wasn't going to go speak tonight, but sitting here, listening to some of the comments here, let's put the facts as they are. Number one, the people on the council here knows the reason for trying to upgrade the pay of the police department. We are the lowest paid. New Haven makes more, all surrounding towns, Orange, Milford, Hamden, they're all. The main reason people left, besides the pay, the main thing was, since any officer hired since November 2009 is not on the defined benefit pension, it's a defined contribution pension. Since that went into effect, we lost more police officers to East Haven, all these other ones, solely because they have a pension. That's the main thing. And years ago, when the acting chairman was chief of police, he brought to the attention to the mayor at the time that you're gonna have a problem retaining police officers and recruiting police officers because of that. No pension, that's a big thing. Pension is very important. Some more comments here. One gentleman made a comment that the New York Police Department is so better trained than the West Haven Police Department. I'm a retired West Haven police officer the last 6 years. I did 47 and a half years in this department, best department going. But during that time, I worked numerous times being in the detective bureau with all New York, New Jersey, all their police departments. Let me tell you, New York police departments, they're not better trained than we are. State of Connecticut is very tough there. We got posts up there, mandated training, plus we're constantly being retrained. We're mandated to be retrained. The chief, former chief will tell you that. Also, I want to mention here, some other comments were made here. Somebody complained about that he didn't like to see police officers doing traffic out there. He must have assumed that these were on-duty police officers. No, those are off-duty. And the reason that is because years ago, being a strong union person, we put in there a flagman's bill in this, under Chief Kelly at the time. And any time there's a construction in the road where it impedes the flow of traffic, you have to hire a police officer. If one isn't available, you have to have a flagman there. So those police officers out there aren't on assigned patrol or something. These are off-duty police officers on their own time out there. Somebody else made a comment that, well, the officers are complaining they're so tired they have to work 2 shifts. This is nothing new. I was union president for the last 20 years before I retired. I used to hear this line up all the time, and you know what I used to tell them? You come to work, you're guaranteed to work 8 hours. But more than likely, you might have to work 16 hours. But you know why? Because in 1967, we put in a manpower clause for patrol. So every day, every shift, there's a certain number of patrolmen there. If somebody books off sick, they try to hire. If they can't hire, the junior person on the previous shift is stuck there. They're not stuck there they're getting paid time and a half. So I used to tell them, I don't want to hear that. That's part of your job. And for somebody like myself, acting chairman can tell you, I worked all the time. All the time. You see me out there, 16 hours a day. Another misconception is, people come up to me since they're retired, hey, Casey, you know something? You must be the highest paid pensioner going. They assume because I work all this overtime that my pension is going to be bigger. Our pension is based solely on our salary, that's it, not on our overtime. In 1998, I was negotiating our pension with the city, and we came that close to getting our 3 best years, but the city hired this Saran Murray, great labor attorney, stopped it. So we just get paid on our salary. I'm proud of this police department. Somebody got up here before, they mentioned the fire department. I love the fire department. He didn't mention the police department. I've been here for 47 years. This is the best police department, and I can tell you, the people I work with are the best police officers. Of that 47 years, I was a supervisor for the last 37, and I'm proud to say that 6 chiefs who were subordinate under me, who I helped them, including acting chairman here, became police chief. I'm proud of that. 6 subordinates came on this job as patrolman, I was a sergeant. They all went up to the ranks, including our present chief, Joe Pearl right over there. So I'm proud of that. And when I hear people badmouth the police department, I take it personally because the finest men and women I work with was in this police department. And I'm very proud of that. And what else I got? I wrote down here. My blood pressure was sky high writing this stuff there. I couldn't believe some of the comments I hear. You know, people don't know it. God bless them. But let's see, we did the training, chiefs. That's about it. But hopefully that you, as a council, will get together and take care of the police officers and the retirees too. You know, we have bills too. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Casey, for your comments. Mr. Lewis?
Good evening, John Lewis, 10 Peppermill Drive, West Haven. Good evening, council. I hear this investigation's about to take place. My questions are, and I hope they can get answered. Who authorized the premium pay for salaried workers? And I believe some received over the maximum of $10,000. So there needs to be some clarity on that, if possible. I hope we can get to the bottom of that. These assets, these funds should have been for businesses that were hurt during the pandemic, other than the big box stores that stayed open. The small guy on the street should have been able to apply for a grant or something to be able to stay open. The money was supposed to be put back into the economy so that everything could function and run properly. So I hope the premium pay, a description of the hours that were worked during the premium pay, for the premium pay actually, and you know, should be a detailed accounting of the hours. Also, the ARPA funds, the ARPA funds. I hope everyone has read the rules for the use of these funds. Just like playing Monopoly, okay? If you don't know the rules, you can't play the game, all right? You gotta know the rules, because what's gonna happen is quarterly, we're gonna be, the Treasury Department's gonna check it out, see what the uses were. They're gonna give you an attempt to rectify it if there are some issues. But what's gonna happen is the taxpayers are gonna end up having to bear the brunt if we don't spend the money correctly. All right, so I hope it's done well. I know the meeting is this week for MARB. I agree with Aaron. I don't see any line item changes for this budget that needs to be approved. So I hope that these things are taken seriously, which I assume they are. I think you guys have all been attempting to work hard here. So I hope it all gets straightened out, and we actually have a budget for this year. I'm sorry to see the fireworks aren't taking place, but I hope down the road we can straighten all this stuff out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis, for your comments. Eleanor?
Eleanor Slamba, 18 4th Avenue. And I'm a little emotional tonight because I'm one of those moms of a graduate for tomorrow. And my other one graduated from college not too long ago. So yeah, when you've completed the process of kind of quote unquote raising somebody here in a town, it's a moment to really reflect. And I'm thinking, listening to people about when I first moved here, and my oldest is this tall, was just learning how to walk. I think we were coming out of the post office or something, and I encountered the city motto, Nil desperandum, right? Never despair. It was a bit startling, and then kind of amusing, you know. I think I joked about it later, and now I kind of get it. You know, there is a way that you fall in love with this place, and then you fall in love with what it could be, and you can see it, and you can see it, and yet never despairing is our motto, and it's what I heard people speak of about the arts, because that really is the opposite. When you think about what is the opposite of despair, you know, it's having a chance to lift up out of your immediate circumstances, look around bigger, be connected with a bigger world, and have moments of joy and connection. We all have the same deep needs, I believe, to be seen, to feel like we matter, to feel like we belong. And art spaces do provide that. The art space as a community space, I mean, I believe the arts will do that here regardless, and they already are. I mean, kids at the West Haven Child Development Center today were drumming, they were shaking instruments that they had made. We had a professional drummer there from a wonderful organization called Musical Intervention, and preparing to go down to the beach on the first day of summer and bring their parents down to see what they'd learned. And Musical Intervention is a business that started off as this idea that you could sit down and write songs with people who might be at a moment in their lives where they could take like a left turn and go hang out on the green and have an overdose, or take a right turn and go into this welcoming community center and write a song about their life experience. And it's actually a for-profit business that gets contracts with social service agencies and does an amazing amount of good in the world. And I had the good fortune while I was directing a program called Project Storefronts in New Haven to help that enterprise and that entrepreneur kind of get off the ground with what seemed like a crazy idea at the time. And that's still in business, getting ready to scale up so that other, Milford is inviting them to do a musical intervention offshoot there. And, you know, what fills potholes is more businesses, and more businesses that stay in business. We can clap for a ribbon cutting, and then what happens the next year? So surrounding that entrepreneur who has that idea with the supports, the mentorship, the community, the technical assistance, the opportunities to build a community and a customer base before they have to start paying rent. These are the things that can incubate new businesses to really root here and do well and be still thriving here over the long term. And that's what ultimately fills potholes. I believe that the letter funding arts, culture, and tourism sticks to the letter of the ARPA language. It is the most middle-of-the-road bullseye you can make, because those industries almost got wiped off the map completely when we had COVID, and yet they're coming back. And they're coming back to address the problems that people acquired during COVID, and they're coming back to remind people who they are. So I'm glad to see the support tonight, and as far as safety issues, that's kind of why you put an arts organization in places. It is proven to change public security and perception in places. Pittsfield, Mass. is a really great example. They had a Project Storefronts before New Haven did, and you create those connections through the arts so people feel and are safer to walk around at night, to connect with each other. And there's every reason to know that we do have qualified people here capable of putting their all into this. We just have to clear a few hurdles and take, manageable chunks and assess as we go. I believe that if this building, it's not a new project, it's an old project that's been standing there, so the cost of doing nothing also has to be considered. There is a cost of doing nothing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Slama, for your comments. And is there anyone else from the public that would like to address the city council? Mr. Dessa?
Hey all, Rich Deso, 200 Oak Street. Just a couple things here. So I want to thank Melly and the Vertical Church and her team and the city who volunteered to clean up the shoreline this weekend, especially by the statue over there in Oak Grove. Oh my goodness, we have actually homeless that are living in there, and a few of us are trying to see about getting them into housing since a few of them are veterans. It looks great over there. They put mulch, took everything down in the oak. So that really looks well. Fortunately, for the past 3 weeks now, those meters have not been working at all. So I'm just guessing, I didn't count the parking spots, but 50 parking spots, if you $25 a day, that's $1,250 total for the day for those 50 spots. That's $37.50 a weekend for 3 days. So, and that's 3 weeks, so that's almost 10 grand gone already. See next, the seniors and disability housing funds that the government has given out to for seniors and disabled. I know Surfside seniors and disabled have not gotten it. We are still we're under housing rules before we turn Section 8. So if you can look in that, I'm not sure if the other housing got anything from that. So please look into that for us, because many are interested in that. And it will help them survive, especially going through this remodel that we're going through. And some of them don't even have the money to move with the, we have to pay for security and first and last month if we don't, if we move out of there. If we stay or go to another unit, we don't have to worry about that. Also in the communications, I added up, just the numbers that are in there in the communications and the agendas was $2,221,000 that are just written down in all the communications. That's just not anything that you're bringing, other things that you're bringing up. That's just the numbers that are in there. That's a lot of money. It's just astounding. I know we have to go through, channels of approving everything. I just wanted to mention that. It's just a lot of money in that, just one meeting. Again, the $300,000 going to $700,000. I know Bridget was talking with the guy a few meetings ago saying, are we getting the same amount of money that we're being paid for? Are we expecting to be paying more in the future or whatever for things? So that's one different change right there that we're going to be missing out on. So please, let's get them, to stick to their 300,000 or close to it. That 700,000 is too much. Beach Street, I actually had to pull my car over because I hit my rim so hard I thought I bent my rim in front of chicks. Yeah, we're going to raise it up, but we still have to. What if all of us turn in a bill for a rim or a spring or something that gets damaged? That'll be a lot of money to the city. The council, no matter who you are, what party, you guys got to work each other's districts, help everybody out. I know you guys mostly do. Just everybody needs to really help out each other. Go over to Melly's, go over to Robbins, Mitch's, Colleen's, whatever. Help everybody out. Be out there helping them. No matter what. All right, the art center. Yeah, the art center was going to help out a lot of kids and stuff in this, which our kids deserve. 3.5 million. That's a lot of money that we're going to be taking a hit on. But they got to at least have a 1-year plan, I think. Get a contract underneath their belt. To say, hey, we have A, B, and C that's going to be coming within the next year, so this doesn't fail. We can't just give them the money to fix it up and have them fail. Also, just wanted to bring up about the police being out there directing traffic. They get paid by those contractors, and that's what they live on. More because we can't afford to pay them, so they rely on that overtime from other businesses to pay their salary so their families can live. We got to give them a better back package to help them out. And lastly, we need to override Chairman Massaro. Okay, you guys need to override him and say, listen, we need to get the community answers back to these meetings. We come up here every day, I'm at every meeting, and say, we need answers. After a closed session, just give, you don't have to give the whole entire thing, at least something back to the residents to say, hey, we're doing this, this is the update after the public session. So, if you can do that, you know, you might be able to do that tonight, make a motion to do that, you know, and say, hey, let's do this, and whoever, take turns or whatever, giving community updates. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Diesel, for your comments. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to address the city council for a second time? Anyone from the public? Chief?
Joe Perno, 200 Sawmill Road. Mr. Chairman, members of the council, mayor. I currently have the distinct and privilege to be the chief of the West Haven Police Department. And first and foremost, I would like to thank the council for their vote of approval regarding the police salary funding. Your support has not gone unnoticed. I would like to explain for the record what this is intended to accomplish. The main purpose is retention. As this council is aware, West Haven Police Department has become a training facility for officers who are interested in leaving for a better paying department. The Board of Police Commissioners conduct exit interviews with officers who resign and become employed by another department. There are two reasons that the board is told: salary and lack of a pension. The pension is a totally different, separate issue that has to be addressed at another time. Let's focus on what we can accomplish now. The salary increase will place West Haven in the middle range of the surrounding communities. We are budgeted currently for 120 officers, that's all ranks, from captains to patrolmen. That 120 number has no built-in surplus. That's the number needed to accomplish the department's goal, and that goal is to provide the best service to the city. When the number decreases, it reflects the allocation of manpower to address the specific issues that are unique to West Haven. Two examples that come to everybody's mind are blight enforcement and shoreline security. The primary allocation of manpower is the B-cars and the Investigative Services Division. The officers that answer your calls for service and the detectives that follow up on serious incidents. As Walter alluded to, when an opening occurs on a shift and it is not taken voluntarily, an officer is ordered. So that officer comes in for his normal 8-hour shift. Either at the beginning or during the shift, he is told you have to stay another 8 hours because of an opening that they cannot fill because of our short staff. That adds stress. And it's not so much the stress to the officer, but you have to look beyond that to the stress of that officer's family. That officer comes in, his loved ones think he's coming home 8 hours later, and during that shift he says, no, I have to stay another 8, so that puts added stress on the family. That is never taken into consideration. We take that into consideration. You may hear that other municipalities are also short-staffed. That is true. They are more paid than us, and they are having the same problems as us. What does that tell you? Our issues are compounded by our salary range. This brings us to the second part of the fund allocation. Recruitment. The vendor that administers the tests for West Haven entry-level police position also does this for most of Southern Connecticut, New Haven County. When the departments list their salaries for the prospective officers, candidates, West Haven is the lowest in the salary range. And as I said earlier, this increase will put us in the middle range of salaries. This is a daunting task for our officers assigned to Recruitment and Training Division. How do you recruit and convince a young person interested in law enforcement to come here? We put on our best face. We tell them everything that is good about this city, about this department, and that this is the place to be if you want to do police work. We're losing officers not because this is not a good department or that the city council does not back us or that the citizens do not appreciate the effort. That is not the reason why they're leaving. They're leaving for salary only. We have heard that there is no plan in place. Well, yes, there is. The plan that was put in place was a well-discussed and a well-thought tentative agreement that was presented to you. The Board of Police Commissioners listened. They all knew what they had to do. And this salary increase that you will address, and it was brought before you after a lengthy negotiation process, and the tentative agreement was reached, this council listened. You questioned and you voted, unanimously voted for this tentative agreement. This was not a knee-jerk reaction, though we have this money, let's see what we can do with it. This was a well-thought-out decision to keep the integrity of this department intact. If the officer can be retained and the recruitment can be scrutinized more by the way of competition, then you'll have a better police department in the future. When they see an officer in a West Haven Police Department uniform, I want you all to remember this, and including the public. He's not here for the money. He's here because he truly, truly wants to make a difference in this community. I know it's breaking protocol, but if there are any questions, I'm here to help.
Thank you, Chief.
Chief?
It's good to see you.
Is there anyone else from the public that would like to address the city council for a second time? Anyone from the public like to address the city council? Ms. Mullen?
Good evening, Kim Marie Mullen, 46 2nd Avenue. I first wanted to thank all the residents who just keep coming back here week after week, giving up their time to come before you and highlight all of the issues that you already know about. You know, Mr. Frozalone came, talked about the potholes, Georgiana saying how we're all working so hard at Sandy Point, no one's helping. We're talking about how important our police force is and what we should do to make it better. So you all know all of this stuff. I'm not going to reiterate everything that they're saying because I agree with all of them. But there is one thing I did want to address, and that's the Arts Center. I'm a huge proponent of the arts, always have been. I come from towns where we have have had huge art centers. The community supports it, celebrates it. But I think you've all heard that expression before. If you build it, they will come. Okay? It's something you always count on, right? If you build it in West Haven, this art center, and you put all this money to this art center, they're going to get off of exit 44, right? Go down the hill and sit at the light, stare at the panhandlers, pass all the garbage, get over the bridge into West Haven. They're going to look at the havens. They're going to look at all the blight. You know, all these people from out of town, they're going to come here for the Arts Center. Okay, they're gonna come into town and look in the square and look around for all the cute little coffee shops and restaurants and stuff to do like you can do in other towns, like Milford and Guilford and Westport and any of the other beach towns that are marketed as beach towns. Okay, they're gonna see none of that is there. Okay, you know what they're gonna do? What I do now, which is crazy, but when I'm at stoplights now, I lock my doors. I lock my doors at the stoplights. Why? Because people are getting carjacked. They're getting attacked and Stop and Shop in the parking lot. They're getting attacked when they get gas and their purse is stolen. Okay, so that's what they're gonna see. All right, do I think it's a great idea to have an art center? Absolutely. I wish we had one. I wish all of the stuff I'm saying right now was true, and I could go on a Saturday or Sunday and go support the arts, and then go to the little cafes and go have a coffee on the green, and do everything that I know we have the bones here for to do. But for some reason, it's not cohesive. It's just never coming together. I don't know why. You all know everything they said tonight. Everything, every single one. The Weinsteins, Mr. Deso, Mr. Charney, Mr. Lewis. You know all of this. Nothing new, no surprises. Nobody learned anything new tonight. You all know it. But it's not coming together. There's a disconnect that we have to fix, okay? And when they're on their way to the burlesque show, you know, who doesn't like a good burlesque show? Hopefully it didn't rain that day, because we're gonna tell them, bring a bucket, have it in the back seat of your car, and maybe you can pull over to the side and help some of our residents get that water out of the basement, okay? Because we have so much flooding, because we have all these infrastructure problems. All right, it's like getting a new puppy. Sounds like a great idea. They're so cute. The kids promise they're gonna walk it and take care of it, but they're not thinking about the maintenance, the grooming, the food, the medicine, the vet bills. Okay, all the things that come along with it. We're not there yet. We're not ready. Okay, so that's really the point. All right, on a positive note, I do wanna say thank you so much. We're not canceling the veterans ceremony. Because of the rain, you postponed it. It was a lovely ceremony, the brick ceremony. I went to it for the first time last year, and I was really impressed. It was done beautifully. It's just something that I look forward to, and something I want to look forward to every year as long as I live here. I want more of that. I want more of things to look forward to be hopeful for, just like everyone is here tonight. He said we're all stubborn. Why are we still here? Well, we have hope. We have hope that if we keep coming back here, you're not just going to hear us, you're going to listen, and then go off and talk to each other and just figure out a way we can come to a solution. For some of these things, it's not all going to get fixed at once, but you fix a little bit of it. You just give us a tiny little bit here and there, and we'll start to have confidence again in this administration and confidence in all of you. I know you all work hard. I know you live here. I know you don't want to sit here all night and give up your Mondays. It's not supposed to be like this. It's not like this in other towns. How do I know? I'm going to these other city council meetings. It's not like this anywhere else. All right, let's get back to where you can have your lives back too. And people can start respecting you again and thinking about all the good things you're bringing to the city, which you are, all of you in your districts, and not just here to bash you and highlight all the stuff that's going wrong. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Mullen, for your comments. Anyone else from the public that would like to address the city council for a second time? Anyone else from the public like?
Lisa, 329 Platt Avenue.
Lisa, what's your last name?
Why?
Because it's required, name and address for the record. That's in our rules.
Oh, we're following rules. Okay. Lisa Jarvie at 329 Platt Avenue.
Thank you.
And for those who'd like to know why nothing gets done, this is why nothing gets done. It's staring at you. Yeah, a city council that under your watch, there was, I don't know, misappropriation of money, let's just call it that. And all of the city residents, everybody said, take a vote of no confidence in the leader. But you all sit united, don't you? Yeah. Just remember, your back's up against the wall. The potholes, embrace them, everybody. That's what this city's all about. Holes where the money goes in. Nothing. How many times do people have to ask to have the potholes filled? People people's lives are in danger. Not just the police officers, but people that cycle, people that walk, kids that don't have sidewalks. Cars are going like this. I live on Platt Avenue. I'm right near the high school. There's no sidewalks. You know, it's very interesting, I think, that you'll fly the pride flag. I'm sure you almost have a lot of pride. Tier 4, one and only, first in the state. You must be so full of pride. Yeah. You're going to cancel July 4th? Fireworks? Wow, nothing says proud to be an American and canceling July 4th fireworks. Oh, and the West Haven seal? It's of Thomas Painter. You know, remember him? The Minuteman who had his telescope and saw what was coming? Yeah, the Revolutionary War. When the people said enough, government, we don't need you. You're non-essential. The state runs this city now. Build back better. Take all the money that you've been given and put new windows on City Hall. Wow, that's a good use of money. $680,000. I counted the windows. That's $4,800 a window. But these aren't just any windows. These are windows that will keep you safe, because we're all about safety. Safety, safety. Government's going to keep you safe, going to shut you down. Oh, these windows are going to be UV protection so that the carpets and the furniture won't fade. I heard him say it. Oh, but I see that you have curtains. Oh, well. Yeah, $3.5 million for a art center, and I saw that it wasn't actually going to just be for the arts. It was going to be a building. But there's no plan. There's nobody to run it. And I think I remember that the Haven was going to have an amphitheater. We were supposed to have arts. But you know, the city came and took people's private property. They called it eminent domain. But you know what? Eminent domain, that's just a nice way of saying communism. When the city and the government takes people's private property for the greater good. Yeah, West Haven, we're so good. Still revolutionary. Yeah, I'm waiting for when the people of this city realize we don't need you. You're non-essential. You don't get nothing done. And you know what? For all of the residents, stop coming here and asking them to do their job. They're doing their job. They don't answer to you. They answer to the money. They answer to the people that tell them, fly those flags. Fly the Ukraine flag. But you won't even fly the flag of the fallen men and women that died for your rights. I have so much disrespect for all of you. I'm sorry, I just do. I hear you talk. But you know what? I feel bad for the city residents who really believe that you actually care about them, but you don't. You don't, because if you did, you would just get it done. And we wouldn't have to come here and ask you to fill potholes. That's what we want. Fill the potholes. Not new windows, not $3.5 million for a building. Fill the potholes. Start there. Why should the city residents have to fill the potholes? But they'll do it, and that's my hope, that eventually the people realize we can do it for ourselves. And you know what? It's very ironic, I think, that, you know, January 6th, oh wow, when the people stormed the Capitol, wow, you know what? Maybe one day people will realize, just like Thomas Painter, we don't like being taxed. You're going to raise our taxes again? No, I don't consent to that. You know what? I just hope that one day nobody shows up to these meetings and lets you know you mean nothing. I'm disgusted. Thank you.
Is there anyone else from the city council, the public that would like to address the city council for a second time? Anyone else from the public like to address the city council for a third time? Mayor?
So I'm going to try to be brief, but I'm writing down notes, and that's what I usually do. So I do try to answer questions when residents do ask them, because a lot of questions, because I am the mayor, I know, more sometimes than other people know. Sometimes not, but sometimes yes. Oh, no. Fill the battery. So I just want to start off with the police department. Just a little history lesson, and I got to believe most people on the council know this. But back in 2009, there was a decision made to get rid of the pension and instead put in a 401k. At that point in time, I was on the council. I was the finance chair. It wasn't only me, there were several others. We fought all we could to try to overturn this. However, it had been sent to arbitration and sent back to the council. And even though we sent it back again to take another look at it, unfortunately, we couldn't add anything new to it. And so what happened was, that's the first, a real back slap to the new hires coming on for the police department. And it has eroded certain things since then. Unfortunately, now the salary has been eroded. And it is very upsetting. And it's upsetting when I hear certain residents talking badly about the police. The police are wonderful. I think the chief said it best. He definitely knows all the men and women. We don't want our police one of the lowest paid. We want them, I'd like them better than middle, to be honest with you, but right now, this is a start. And it is, the finality of it is up to the MARB at this point in time. And that's why I'm reaching out now to anybody who's listening there, and anybody, and I know the council all supports it, but anybody who's behind me or anybody who knows. The MARB meeting, most of the time when it is a full MARB, which is what is going to be on June the 15th, there is a public portion there as well. So I'm hoping that they haven't changed that this time around, because we do have a new secretary. I'm asking everyone, and everyone's saying, or the vast majority, that they support the police. I am going to speak for the police that day. And I hope all of you, whether you send it in writing or however, and I'm hoping all of the people listening there that support our police department, because I believe it's the majority of the city of West Haven, take a minute, write a letter. It doesn't have to be a long letter. Couple of bullets. Why do you support the police, and why do you think it's important for this contract to go forward? Someone said, one of the residents, that the contract was denied. No, it was never denied. It still sits on the MARB agenda right now. And that is because, I have to say, some of the members didn't want it voted down. They wanted to give it another chance for the full MARB, because different members come in, then we'll have a bigger board at that point in time. So again, I'm asking all of you, it doesn't take long. It'll take a few minutes of your time. If you believe in the police department as much as everyone's saying, and I know I believe in our police department, our men and women go out every day and give it their all. They're constantly doing the best thing for the city of West Haven. I'm asking you to take a minute and write to the MARB people, because it's very, very important. It's extremely important. As far as kind of the other things, I'm going to try to go through quickly. So there was a questioning of some of the residents about why we would be investigating Cohen Resnick. I don't say we're investigating, but we want some answers. And I'm going to leave it at one simple thing, because again, I know that there's a lot on the agenda, and everybody has, wants to go to sleep sometime tonight, so I get that that's important. I'll give you one example when we've been going through the audit findings, and it was one of the things that we submitted was N95 masks, charges for N95 masks. They didn't allow that. In fact, I can be backed up by our finance director if he's still here someplace.
Right behind you.
Thank you, because he's the one who discovered it and brought it. N95 masks. And when he asked, you know, and inquired and pushed back, their reason was, well, because they might have been used for construction work. This is the kind of stuff that, I'm sorry, and I disagree with those who got up and said we shouldn't be investing. No, we should, because the taxpayers are paying for this audit. And I want to make sure that this is done correctly. And if we were allowed eligible expenses and given not the right answer for it, I think we need to know that. And I think your investigation is dead on. Not a problem. I absolutely think you should continue with that, because what do they say? Where there's smoke, there's fire. If we found one, we're going to find others. So the Haven, knocking down buildings, again, people, I guess, paraphrase what they think I said. What I alerted everybody to was, yes, if you knock down the buildings, it's going to cost you some dollars in taxes. I didn't say don't knock down the buildings. In fact, I talked now with the Haven Group, and when we've met virtually, and we're going to move forward with something there, because it's a disgrace down there, and no one wants to look at it again. I don't care who it is. I don't care who spoke. There's not one person that says, yeah, that Haven project looks great. But just for a frame of reference again, this was already all set in motion when I got in as mayor. They had already done a lot of, you know, not the demolition, but getting everything ready, bought the houses and all of that. There were some loose ends. And as far as I know, eminent domain was used, I hate to call it this, but as a hammer, as opposed to taking somebody's house from eminent domain. And I've been assured that no one got their house taken from eminent domain. So again, that's important. UHY, I think it's extremely important. We just talked about, you know, we're talking about stealing and thief and whatever. And now we don't want to pay for more oversight over the accounting and what's going to go, where this money is going to go and how it's going to be accounted for. I disagree. I think that we should have oversight of that money. And UHY, you know, I understand they were the one of the bidders, and if they get the contract, I think they should go through the COVID funds. And I do believe it, because that's an independent source now looking at stuff, and I think it's important instead of just walking away. And the windows in City Hall, I think they are important. Our city clerk almost had her finger chopped off when the window dropped. She was lucky enough to pull her hand out just in the nick of time. So for somebody to stand up here and think, you know, it's funny to talk like, it's not funny. These windows are serious. You can't open them. If you do, they could come down. They need to be replaced. They're antiquated. So I, on behalf of all the City Hall employees and the people within the city that think they want to thank you. They are very excited about getting the new windows, so maybe they can open their windows and get fresh air and not have a fear of getting their fingers cut off. And last but not least, I'm still a huge proponent of the Arts Center. I won't change that. I believe that's our catalyst. I know everybody got up and said we need to do something with our downtown. We need to do something with our downtown. I personally believe you put an Arts Center there, and I forget who said it, you build it, they will come. I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. I think it's something important. We have to work out all the details, who is going to manage it, because that's one thing we don't do well in West Haven. I'll be the first one, and it's been since I've been on the council, so it's nothing new. We'll put something up, but then we either don't maintain it, we don't manage it, we don't do this. I think it's important to have somebody manage it. Don't know all the details yet, but we'll figure it out. But I think the Arts Center is a must for the city of West Haven. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mayor, for your comments. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to address the city council for a second time? Anyone from the public like to address the city council for a third time? Anyone from the public like to address the city council? Seeing none, public comment is now closed. We will enter into our regular council meeting at this point, and the first order of business is the approval of the minutes of our regular meeting on May 23rd, 2022. Do I have a motion? Motion by Councilman Bruno, second by Councilman Donovan. Is there any discussion on those minutes? Seeing none, all in favor? Is there anyone opposed? Are there any abstentions? And those minutes pass unanimously. And I'll ask our clerk, Stacy, to pass out the numerous communications that we have for tonight's agenda.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we have before us communication A from the tax manager, Rachel A. T, regarding the tax suspense list for the grand list of 2018 being assigned to the Finance Committee, Chairwoman Hosky. Communication B from CDA regarding a request from Diane Weaver Dunn, Connecticut Radio Information Systems regarding audio accessibility for people who are blind or print challenged, being assigned to the Finance Committee, Chairwoman Hosky. Communication C from CDA, Mark Bisecchia, regarding CDA Project Year 48, CDA Community Development Block Grant Budget, being assigned to the Finance Committee, Chairwoman Hosky. Communication D from Lee Tiernan Corporation Counsel and Rick Spire, Purchasing Procurement Agent, request for transfer of funds, police vehicles / boat emergency, being assigned to the Finance Committee, Chairwoman Hosky. Communication E from Tom McCarthy, Commissioner of Public Works, regarding a request for interdepartmental transfer of funds, being assigned to the Finance Committee, Chairwoman Hosky. Communication F from the tax collector in regards to overpayment refunds for the month of June 2022, which will be filed with tonight's minutes. Communication G from Lee Tiernan Corporation Counsel regarding approval of the UNH banner advertisement agreement, being assigned to the Finance Committee, Chairwoman Hosky. Communication H from Corporation Counsel Lee Tiernan regarding the potential sale, lease, or transfer of 204 Jaffrey Street, being assigned to the Public Lands, Chairman Donovan. Communication I from the Finance Director Scott Jackson in regards to tax lien assignment list, being assigned to the Finance Committee, Chairwoman Hosky. Communication J from Mayor Nancy R. Rossi regarding the 5-year plan, action if necessary, being assigned to the Finance Committee, Chairwoman Hosky. Communication K from Mayor Nancy R. Rossi regarding budget review and action if necessary, being assigned to the Finance Committee, Chairwoman Hosky. Communication L from Mayor Nancy R. Rossi regarding the tentative agreement between the City of West Haven and the West Haven Professional Firefighters, IAFF Local 1198 AFL-CIO, being assigned to the Finance Committee, Chairwoman Hosky. Communication M from Mayor Nancy R. Rossi regarding municipal restructuring fund agreement between the State of Connecticut's Office of Policy and Management and the City of West Haven, being assigned to the Finance Committee, Chairwoman Hosky. Communication N from Mayor Nancy R. Rossi regarding an ordinance appropriating $900,000 for a first read, being assigned to the Finance Committee, Chairwoman Hosky. Communication O from Mayor Nancy R. Rossi regarding ordinance amending and restating a resolution appropriating $1,161,000 for a first read, being assigned to the Finance Committee, Chairwoman Hosky. And that concludes our communications for this evening, Mr.
That's it?
Chairman. That's it.
All right, Stacy,
If I
thank you.
get to Z.
Thank you, thank you. So we will enter into committee meetings. The first lengthy committee will be the Finance Committee, Councilwoman Hosky.
So it looks, Rachel isn't here from the tax office? She's not. She's not? Okay, so, are you answering questions on her behalf?
Could you open the committee?
I know. If Rachel wasn't here, I was gonna hold it. I know. Oh, you open it, you mean open up the committee. I got it, I understand now. The time is now, you got me in trouble, Mr. Jackson, I'm sorry. The time is now 9:23. Your Committee on Finance is open. Councilwoman Akbarali, Councilwoman Hamilton, Councilwoman O'Connor, and myself acting, is that everybody? And myself acting as chair? Oh, and acting chairman Ron Quagliani are present. And we have before us communication A, and our finance director, Scott Jackson, is here to answer any questions. I'd like to bring this out favorably for discussion. I'm waiting for somebody to. Thank you. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for our Finance Director, Scott Jackson? Oh, you didn't get, it's attached. Is
Mr.
that-
Jackson, so could you just explain to us what, I mean, we have a copy of a list of the suspense list for 2018, so could you kind of explain, we've approved these in the past, and my recollection is that there's a statute after so many years that they're determined uncollectible, but you could continue to collect it, but we have to move it off the ledger, or something along those lines. Could you go over with the council what this is?
Certainly. Scott Jackson, Finance Director, 355 Main Street, West Haven.
Thank you.
So yes, there's a state statute, Title 12 dictates that after 7 years, it has to get moved off the books. But there is no prohibition on continuing to seek collections on those. And in fact, you will see on the year-to-date reports, there is always additional collection on items that are moved to the suspense list.
So on the printout, it says year 2020. Is that a different, I'm just trying to, on the top of the printout, it says year 2020, type motor vehicle supplement.
Chairman, what are you looking at?
Yeah.
What, hold on. Are you looking at communication A?
I think so. Am I looking? Maybe, possibly not.
See how easy that is? Cause we don't,
So,
wait, go ahead, Stacy.
so communication A was not copied for the whole council because of the length of it. However, it was emailed by the administrative assistant to everyone. So it's in everybody's email.
Do you know when that came out to us?
Friday. It's in two parts.
So
So
procedurally,
as you review it, I'm just looking at my list from close of month April. 145,000 had been collected for suspense taxes versus a budget amount of 100,000. So we're at 145% of budgeted amount as of the last day of April.
So I just need you to go back and, so again, so this is for tax year what?
Grand list 20 minus 7. Grand list 2003.
2003?
Grand list 2003. 13, I'm sorry, 2013 would be eligible.
And is there any statutory requirement that we have to move by a certain time on this?
It is required to be done annually.
I don't have any other questions, thank you.
Anyone else have any other questions in the finance? Do you? Go ahead, Council.
Mine was 2013, and this says 2018, so what am I missing? So on our communication, it says grand list 2018? Is that a typo?
Yeah, I don't have the document in
All
front of
right,
me. But 2018 would not be subject to
thank you.
suspense listing at this point.
So, only because I will be very transparent, my weekend was filled with being a mom, so I did not know the email came through, unfortunately, and I think many of the council members at this point, I'll take her, Chairwoman, Councilwoman Hamilton, you've not reviewed it.
Not the whole list, no.
Yeah, Councilwoman O'Connor, you've not?
No.
At this point, if we can, I think I'd hold it so that, until the next meeting, so that we can do our due diligence. Unfortunately, I did not look at any city email this weekend. as being a mom. So, do I have to take back my motion? Oh, I think Councilwoman O'Connor has to take back hers, and then Robin did the second?
I did the second.
Oh, you did the second? No, it wasn't? Councilwoman Hamilton, can you take back your first?
Yes, I take back my
Second.
second.
First, okay, so we're gonna hold communication A, Mr. Jackson. And communication B from, to have a first, do I have to bring this out favorably? First, yeah. So I'd like to bring communication B from Diane Weaver, Dunn, Connecticut Radio Information System regarding audio accessibility for people who are blind or print challenged, to schedule for a public hearing. I would like to bring this out favorably. Can I have a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilwoman Akbarali, and the second, Councilwoman O'Connor. Is there any discussion on this? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. I'd like to bring communication C out favorably. I have a second. Thank you, Councilwoman. From CDA Mark Basakia regarding CDA fiscal year 48 CDA CDBG budget scheduled public hearing. Is there any discussion? Mr. Basakia is here in the audience. We do appreciate him hanging out this evening. Anyone have any questions for him? I can open it up to the full council just so that he can be all set for the evening. Councilwoman Hamilton?
Good evening, everybody. Mark Basakia, CDA Manager, 355 Main Street.
So a simple question, so once this is approved, once we have the hearing and it's approved, this is the budget for what year?
Program year, we always term it in program years from when the block grant started, so that's why we call it PY 48.
48. But what does that really mean to me?
Program year 48. The block grant started in the early 1970s, so CDA has maintained this program for past 48 years.
Right, so when will this become available for use though? For like 2000?
Well, once the city once we have the public hearing for it, and the city council approves it, we take that money, we put it together in the form of the plan that you have before you, add in all the narratives that have to that describe the program in the form of an annual action plan. That plan gets forwarded off to HUD, along with, the mayor will tell you, many other, what's called an SF 424. It's basically like a contract that we have with the federal government on the use of the plans, and what it states is that we're gonna abide by the plan that both the mayoral appointed committee put together and you as the council approved.
All right, so, and then it's immediate, just is available immediately for?
No, the money will not be available until the federal government sends me back a confirmation that that annual action plan has been accepted by them, which usually takes place sometime by the time we get it off to them in July and August, takes some time for them to review. They usually get back to me in early September.
Early September, okay. Thank you.
Can I just reiterate, this money, this plan has already been approved and done by the Citizens Advisory Committee. The plan for next year, the money coming in after this, those applications can be received and asked for after September, correct?
What we normally do is we will put out what's called a NOFA, a Notice of Funding Availability. We put that out in November and then start soliciting the applications all the way up through the third week of December.
Thank you.
Yes, and with that, I'd like to give kudos to the committee. The mayoral appointed committee spends very many late nights, just like you do, poring over the information, the applications. They do a great deal of due diligence in trying to discern the best and highest use of these funds.
So can you explain to me, Mothers of Victims Equality, they requested 250,000 and got 1,500, and based on the reasoning was, program expenses only? What does that mean?
The committee, this is a brand-new organization that applied. The organization was founded by a woman here in West Haven whose daughter was murdered, and she's founded an organization to try to counsel people who are victims of gun violence. When she came to the committee with the application, she really came with the committee felt that it was a very broad application. It was not just about counseling people that were victims of gun violence, but it went into providing rental assistance and providing domestic abuse assistance, rape crisis assistance, and many of those things were already being done by other alternative agencies. So what we did with her is we sort of tried to meet with her and hone her in a little bit and say, look, you really need to target what you're best at, and that was providing counseling to victims of gun violence. This is the first time that she is applying, so the committee felt that what we're gonna do is we're gonna give you $1,500, we're gonna monitor it, and we're gonna find out, exactly where the money's going. The money has to go to program, which is providing the counseling to victims of gun violence. And we're gonna monitor it and see how it goes. If the program does really well, the committee is, open to providing more money in the future.
May I add something to that?
A lot of her people do not live in West Haven. She lives in New Haven herself and helps more people from surrounding towns. We felt that the money rightfully so should stay in West Haven, and we will continue to work with her to make sure that she's helping the citizens of West Haven with the West Haven HUD money and not citizens from other cities. That was a big part of it.
Do you want to take that? Because
No, I just want to know, first of all, that was a new program, and that's good that we're seeing new programs. How many more new programs are there that are added from the last time we met?
Well, I would say that the public library, they've been on and off during the years, and they've reapplied this year for funding. Other than that, that would be the only one, other than there was the Ready Inc. basketball camp. What had happened there, they applied for funding, and we went out, we solicited other grant funds through the Summer Youth Employment Program to be able to pay all the staff. We had all that funding lined up, but they gave us a call and they withdrew the application.
No, yeah, I'm just talking about which ones are new here. So, you also spoke of, that program not really being a benefit to, a lot of West Haven people, the last program that you spoke of to. So all of these are just primarily for West Haven residents only?
All of them are for residents only, yes.
So when I
Yes,
look
even,
at,
even if an organization is outside of West Haven, the money specifically goes to West Haven people being counseled.
in that program, there just wasn't enough people, she didn't show,
She
or that
didn't,
person
she didn't have a
show.
lot of people, and she didn't have a lot of experience running a nonprofit organization. We have a person on our committee, that has accounting experience, and she was gonna counsel her on how to manage a nonprofit organization in a better way and get the proper forms filed and so on and so forth. So that's the kind of thing that we're gonna be monitoring to make
So
sure she does that
all
and
of
gets the
these
organization on the right track.
All these organizations were vetted the same way, I would take it.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Nothing else at this time, Chairwoman.
So did the Vertical Church get any money? I'm trying to understand.
Yeah,
'Cause-
the Vertical Church, as you remember,
Oh, I
they
remember.
applied for money to do the
The
Dream Center. Okay, the Dream Center over at First Avenue never came to fruition. But when Vertical Church came in for the interview, they stated that they still want to pursue the idea of a Dream Center, but they want to have it at an alternative location. Now, the committee looked at the money that we have already budgeted for them for the Dream Center, and basically what we're saying is that you already have, let's see, about $27,000 to make improvements to a building in order to operate the Dream Center. So what we want to do is we want to make sure that those expenses, those funds are expended first. And then we could move on to look at providing additional funding for the Dream Center as it moves along.
So that's, I'm trying, so I guess I don't understand. How much money are they getting? Is it the 35,000?
Right now, they have prior year funds of 16, plus last year you approved another 11.
But I mean, in
So
this
it's
budget.
27,000, nothing in this budget. And the
So-
reason why, we're, once
No,
again,
with all respect, I didn't ask the reason why.
Okay.
I am still trying to understand a couple of things because, I know, is Fish located in West Haven?
yes,
So where is it where's Fish in West Haven?
I believe it's Morgan Lane.
They're
They-
over
they-
behind where the Marrakesh is.
Right.
They have a little spot there. So they are in West Haven and
Where's,
they do
oh,
get food there.
he's talking. And where's BH Care?
Domestic violence, they're located out in the valley.
So they're not located in West Haven?
No, they are not, but they serve the West Haven population.
Got it. And the Columbus House, where are they in West Haven?
They are located in New Haven.
Okay.
But they service
So
the
I'm
West
just,
Haven.
right, so with all due respect, you answered, right? Mothers of Victims of Equality wasn't a West Haven organization. They're from New Haven, and they don't really service West Haven. It's more of a New Haven. And I'm just trying to really get us to understand what we're saying and how that picture could be being painted. Because I was sitting here on my phone Googling addresses, and many Rape Crisis Center of Milford, do they have an office in West Haven? They do?
No.
They have,
May I
they don't,
answer?
okay. Nope. So there's the answer. So we said that we didn't give mothers of victims of equality money because they're not a West Haven organization and located here. They're in New Haven. And for the record, council members, majority of these that we've given money to are not located in West Haven. So we gotta decide what's the reasoning behind saying no. Anyone else have any other questions? Councilwoman.
I have a question about the item, the West Haven Steel Board of Education. Paving, is that Forest Road?
No, that would be for the paving of, Forest School. Forest School.
Any other council members have questions?
I just wanted to say that I fully agree with Bridget. A lot of these places are not located in West Haven, and it's, it's just disheartening, that we are, saying that we're servicing people of West Haven, but they're actually located in different cities. That's all I have.
How you doing, Mark? Thank you for coming. Just wondering, these places that are servicing West Haven, are they doing good for West Haven? I mean, what's the record on these?
Well, what we do is we require that every organization submit up to us quarterly monitoring reports as to how they are using those funds. And what they do is they list the number of clients that they are serving in the city of West Haven for the funds that we are giving them.
And is that a lot of people in West Haven they're servicing?
Every person that they submit the quarterly report for is from West Haven. They're not submitting us from quarterly reports from people they're servicing in other communities.
Thank you.
Councilwoman?
Yeah, no, I just, am curious, I mean, this organization you talk about, her needing experience, is that experience provided to the representatives of these other organizations? Is that same test?
Absolutely. The other organizations on this list have been vetted and have been providing services to this community for years and years and years. This is a brand-new organization, and we want to make sure we get it off on the right track.
Right, but how do you get on the right track?
By providing more oversight and more monitoring.
I get it, but that means you have to give her something. And I see what you gave, what it seems that she has been given is a very nominal amount of money compared to what other people have been given. I'm just saying, it's the argument here, and I think what you're hearing, and the tension that I think you're probably feeling us all, giving you right now, is related to the fact that this is obviously a minority person, right?
Is it?
Is it? Is this an organization that represents a minority organization?
Yes.
Right. So that's the concern, that's the churn that you're hearing in the room. And so that's why you're getting the questions asked the way that they're being asked. So that's the pushback that you're feeling.
Well, I don't know where you're trying to lead that, because all the other organizations
I'm not trying to lead it anywhere, we're just kind of saying that it seems as though there's like this standard that's being applied to this person in this particular situation. And the representative, or the councilwoman here, was saying that the individuals that are on this list need to be providing care to people from West Haven, and you kind of co-signed that. So what we're saying to you is that that's not been what you've represented for the others here. So that's why we're asking the questions the way that we're asking them.
And I will say, for the record, and this is what I believe, I think this is my 5th year, and if we go back 5 years, it is the same organizations over and over again. And I have challenged this department to spread their wings. And Lee, I don't know, maybe Corporation Counsel, maybe you can weigh in on this. I have, and you've been privy to these conversations. I have challenged us to do better. It feels, I am not saying these organizations are not in need. What I've been saying for 5 years is that there is nobody new. There's nobody new, nobody. And I get it, the basketball camp came in and they withdrew their funding. But I remember the first time Vertical Church came in and applied, they were told no. And the only reason Vertical Church got money is because, we as a body gave them money. So now we have one new, and so that's 2 years ago, that's one, now 5 years later, and they get $1,500 because they're not a West Haven, they're not here in West Haven, they're in New Haven, and she's kind of doing stuff with New Haven. I need to understand that argumentally, and I just don't even know how to get us as a city to do better, because I know that there are organizations out there, I know there are people that need services, and it is the same 12, is it 12? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 14. I don't even know what to say. Councilwoman Hamilton,
So Mark, when you were before us before, we talked about maybe different ways of reaching out to other organizations to make this fresh, new, and to help other organizations. So can you explain to the council, like, what new advertising methods have you been using to get to this list?
Once again, we put out the NOFA and we put out press releases
Okay.
to accept.
So
to
what new,
accept
though?
funding.
What new?
Huh?
Because it seems like it needs to be new. The list is stale, and it is getting tiring. And there are plenty, like Councilwoman said, plenty of other organizations that we would like to see on here and help.
I would love to, if you can forward those names to me, I'd love to
No,
take
I
them
don't
and
even
we
have
would.
to. That's you. That's your job. That's not my job. So I'm just
but-
asking, though, are there other kind of, like, medias that you can use maybe to get the attention of other organizations? Because the council would like to see new and fresh names. I've been to one of your meetings before, and only one, so I'm not gonna say this happens all the time. But the applicants that you had come before you, it was like, hey, how you doing? Have a seat. You didn't even go through anything financial. People came in knowing that they were gonna leave with what they asked for. So it gets, you get comfortable. I just think that your board and you need to really stretch yourselves and find other ways to find other organizations. There are plenty, and there are plenty that are doing stuff for West Haven too. Why are we not reaching them, I guess is my question.
Well, I can tell you that I do go out in the community. As a matter of fact, I went out and I talked to Dave Kylene of the Sandy Point Association a couple weeks ago, and we encouraged him to file an application. So we do touch base with people and tell them to send in an application. We can't make them fill out an application. We send out applications to every single department. We send out applications to all the city leaders. I mean, I'm open to suggestions on how else to recruit other organizations. It's not like we're closed-minded about it. But the other thing that I want you to keep in mind is that only 15% of the overall grant can be used for public services.
Okay, so, Councilman?
So Mark, it would be helpful for me.
No, I was calling on Councilman Boris, please, Chairman.
Sorry.
I just want to, I know that, Mark, you guys reach out to as many people as you can, but to just piggyback on what Robin was saying, that maybe there is more ways to try to contact more people, especially in West Haven. But I know that you guys reach out you've been doing it the same way for years, I guess you've been doing it. Have you looked in somewhere other way of doing it? Anybody's giving you suggestions how to reach out to other people?
Once again, I'm open to those suggestions. Anybody who wants to give me another suggestion on how to reach people?
But if there was, you would do it?
Yes,
Of course.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Any times, 5 years? Chairman, did you want to?
Mark, what would be helpful to me, so tonight is just first reading, and then next meeting's a public hearing, and then we could have another crack at this. What would be helpful in the meantime, if you could submit the application to us for this particular group, Mothers of Victims Equity. I personally would like.
Certainly.
Because maybe there's a business plan in there, to give me a better frame of reference. Is there something else that, even if we, boosted it up a little bit, maybe, I'd like to see what their business plan was, and maybe there wasn't one, right? And so, but they are a 501.
Well, that was part of the issue when the committee was looking at it. Like I said, it was so broad, she
Right.
was trying to take on the duties that a lot of these other organizations already do, and it
And they
would have
are
been
registered-
duplicative services.
They are a registered nonprofit, right?
There were some issues with her trying to put together the paperwork to be a nonprofit, so what we did was, that's another reason why we were giving some minimal funding. We were having one of our committee members work with her to get her on track as a legitimate nonprofit.
Yeah, I mean, if you could forward, I personally, I don't want to speak for the rest of the council, but I think it's something that should be shared, right? If that's a concern that we have, if we could see what the application,
Yep.
Looks like, and then.
Absolutely.
Listen, I know that it has to be bifurcated, but, it's, when I look at, and I think they all do great work, and I think especially now in this economy, they could all probably use more money, but, I'd rather fund the programs than fund paving for the library and the school system. To me,
I
that's.
get it, but once again.
I get it. I understand there's certain amount goes to
Right.
programs, certain amount goes to infrastructure, and.
I have made the request to HUD numerous times
Right.
that they should take that 15% and boost it up to 30%. And that way, we would be able to solve a lot more needs with the public services.
Thank you.
I'm just gonna say really quickly before we do anything. I just know that before next year, because we'll still be here for the next time this comes around, I would like more than just one new person. And it is not my job to do your job or your committee's job. You need to reach, and you can be upset about it, I don't care, but we need to reach more people. It is the same 14 organizations, and I just feel like there's others, organizations out there doing good work. And I don't know why they don't knock on your door, and that is something that you need to sit back, have a little retrospect on that, why you don't have new organizations knocking on your door asking for funding. But no, I'm done. I just, it's going in for a second, a public hearing, so.
I just want to ask the question in a different way. So if I were an organization that wanted to get money from you, how would I come to you and find out?
You could look at our website. You could respond to the NOFA that we advertise in the
So where would
paper.
I find that
You could
NOFA?
respond to the public hearings that we have here before City Council. I have another public hearing that we advertise for in January.
And where would I find all that? In the newspaper?
In the newspapers,
Online? What?
newspapers, online,
So I would
press
just-
releases.
So I have a nonprofit and I want to see if I can get some money from you, right? Or
Yeah.
a grant from you, I should say, really, funding. I would go online and say, okay, I would look up HUD. Is that what I'm looking up here?
You could look up HUD, and they could tell you that, 15% of our block grant funds are allocated towards public services, and the public services can apply to West Haven. Yeah, there's numerous ways. HUD does PSA announcements.
And I'm not trying to do anything different here. I just think that if I wanted some money, I would have to search you more than you searching me. That's just my thought process on that. I would think that if I wanted some money from HUD or some kind of grant funding, that I have a nonprofit, that I would search out where I could to find what I'm looking for. And not you coming after me saying, hey, you could get some grant funding. I'm just saying, that's just a thought process I'm thinking. I'm just thinking on the other side. If I was a nonprofit, I would come to you before you would try to search me out. I think it would be easier for me to find you than you to find me. That's all.
All those in favor? To bring this out favorably for a public hearing, huh?
Open to the whole council.
It's just for the internal finance committee. Should you be voting on this if you're on the committee? No, but you voted to bring it.
Oh, I have to abstain, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
no, that's why I was bringing it
I'm
up.
tired.
I understand. All those in favor on the finance committee?
And this is for the hearing?
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Any abstention? Motion carries. Thank you, Mark. Oh, Stacy, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so did, Councilwoman O'Connor abstain?
Yes, she did.
I abstained, I'm sorry.
Did you also abstain on the 1-4? B? Or on C?
No, I didn't abstain for B.
She didn't abstain from B. This is CDA. She's on that Mayor's Advisory Committee. No, that's fine. No, thank you for keeping us honest. Thank you so much, Mark.
Thank you.
Communication D. I'd like to bring this out favorably for discussion. If I have a motion. Thank you, Councilwoman. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Lee Tanning Corporation Counsel and Ricky Spryer purchasing procurement request for transfer of funds for police vehicles and police boat emergency. Is there a, form for the transfer?
I don't have a form. This memo was not to get it on the city council agenda. This was for me and Rick to provide Mr. Jackson with the backup so that he was comfortable in finance to make this transfer. So technically, it should have got on your agenda either through Mr. Jackson or the mayor or both. I think your chair, because I sent him a copy, put it on the agenda because I sent him a copy, but I didn't request him to put it on. However, you know, it's pretty straightforward. I mean, the finance, to finance these items, there's no other way to finance them except to get it under unallocated contingency. You guys approved a budget. So if we're going to move money from one line to
Right.
another line,
So we're gonna need a
guys need to approve
transfer form, so, transfer.
yeah, that's
form.
fine.
So
And
if
as I
we-
say, I apologize. I
No,
didn't
that's
put it
fine.
on.
So if everyone, can you pull back your second?
Pull back my second.
Pull back your first? And we're gonna hold this until we get the proper form. Thank you so much, Lee.
Okay.
I'd like to bring communication E out favorably, if I could have a motion. A second?
Second.
Thank you. And, our Commissioner Tom McCarthy, I believe, is in the audience. Good evening, Commissioner of Public Works. I believe you are requesting a interdepartment transfer of funds. Do you want to say anything, or do you want us just to see if we have any questions for you?
Yep, I'll wait.
You want to just, does, anyone on the Finance Committee have any questions for the Commissioner? Would anyone outside of the committee like to ask the Commissioner questions, and we can just wrap it up and call them an evening?
I have a question. I have a question. Hi, Tom. It says here, the explanation for all these transfers are higher increased costs for materials and services. Is there any more detail other than that?
Every single item that we are dealing with at this point is facing at least a 25% increase.
Okay. So it's just a 25% increase across the board?
That's the minimum.
That's the minimum,
Correct.
okay. So this is the only detail we get, this little blurb.
That's-
Yeah,
it's-
okay.
It's an honest assessment of where we think, based on running the numbers, we believe that these accounts will go negative, so we're anticipating that.
Oh, it's anticipated, okay.
Yes.
Okay, great. And you didn't date your form?
I see that. It's stated on mine, but I'm not sure how.
Anyone else? Councilman, Chairman? Did you have something, Councilman Johnstone?
I did, but he raised.
But
his
you
hand
can
first.
go.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. Tom, just planning ahead here, in your professional opinion, do you think, based on how we're going, are you gonna come before us again, hopefully not, but possibly again, saying, I might need more funds, might have to transfer some more, just planning down the road out of curiosity?
Well, I think that's entirely possible. As of July 2nd, I don't have a budget.
Okay.
So signing contracts with people is proving challenging. knowing cost certainty going into next year is proving challenging. So, yeah, I very well might be back here again.
Okay. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Yeah, so just, Tom, just to verify, this is an interdepartmental transfer of monies from one line item to another in Public Works, right? You're not
Yes,
asking for unallocated contingency, you're not asking money from any other department. This is you forecasting that you're gonna go over in some line items and you're gonna go under in others, and you're giving us, you're being proactive.
Yes.
Mr. Jackson, for the record, I think Mr. McCarthy is one of the few department heads that come in front of us and recognize that he may be running over in some line items and come before us and get approval before he actually does run over. So I would hope that, we could have the rest of the department heads follow the same procedure as Mr. McCarthy does. Thank you.
I have one question, Commissioner. Security, what security is that? Is that the security for here in the building?
Oh, no, it's all over the place. It's here, it's the Nike site, it's the bathhouse. We have, it's the shed for the compost site, it's the park rec buildings, it's the.
So what is the, so maybe my definition of security, I don't know what that is. Is
Burglar alarms.
Oh, okay. I thought security was the security, the gentleman downstairs. Thank you. My apologies.
No, of course.
Anyone else have any questions for the Commissioner, Councilwoman?
Temp payroll, is that those temp workers
Yeah, summer help and,
for summer? Oh.
yes.
Any other questions? All right. All those in favor on the Finance Committee?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you so much, Commissioner. So we have Communication G. I'd like to bring this out favorably for discussion. Have a motion?
Motion.
Second. Thank you, Councilwoman. From Lee Tiernan, the Corporation Council regarding approval of UNH banners and advertising agreement. So I just want to say, it's interesting because there was a resident in the audience that literally read my mind. I don't know how we rent 75 spaces for $1,500, because if I did my math right, I think that's $20 a space. And if we're gonna get into the business of doing that, which I'm all for, I mean, I don't know how it's gonna look, you know, just because you think you need curtains on your window, do you really wanna put curtains up? It's kind of that thing, do you really wanna advertise the length of like that street? And you know, the sea and the salt and all of that, I mean, it just degrades material so fast. I'm like, how, I don't know, I just have a problem with the whole thing. It just doesn't sit well with me. I'm thinking $1,500, my goodness. That's not a lot of money.
Well, this is why we bring things to the council.
No, I know,
So
and
you
I'm
get to
just saying, like,
decide it.
I'm really
I have to
just-
start somewhere. So
Yeah,
they
I
did
would've
come to us.
started.
They did come to us, they had an idea. I mean, if this is a revenue source, it's news to me because we've never had anybody express an interest in this before. But if it becomes a revenue source, that's great. You know, the university reached out with an idea that they would, I don't know if you'd say begin, but in a more prominent way, affiliate themselves with the city of West Haven. And we thought this was to mutual benefit, but there are a lot of ways to do this. Obviously, you know, there is a price point. There's a price point that, you know, you can't go past. And we could try to see if there's more interest in this particular activity, but, you know, they were the only ones that ever came to us.
No,
to
and
express an
I
interest.
appreciate that, and I'm gonna open it up for the rest of the council. I just, $1,500, like, I would just think like the beach is kind of prime real estate in and of itself, so to advertise down there, I mean, did we compare it with like other municipalities that might do something like this?
Well, a lot of, well, I mean,
Or do
some
they-
municipalities do it for nothing. because they're trying to promote whatever activity it is. Some
Well,
municipalities.
I could see doing it for nothing if it's a nonprofit, if it's somehow, I don't know, like, like the Centennial, like we put up those, whatever those things were that were hanging. Are they still there? Are they coming down yet? I don't know. I'm just not impressed by $1,500. I mean, and I think, I'm like, oh, it's revenue.
Well,
I think it'd be more of a pain point. I think how it will have people calling Melly to say, UNH's banner is all frayed, get it down, it flew across my yard, da 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 da. And then she's gonna sit here and she's gonna tell me about it, and it's gonna get me all
right.
for
so-
$1,500.
So your first analysis is, do we do this at all? You
Correct.
could shut it down, and I got plenty to do, and we'll get
You
working
do
on
have
something
plenty to
else.
do. I got a list.
So,
Anyone?
but secondarily, if you take the first step and you don't walk forward, you're done. You take the first step and you keep walking, then the second point is it at the right price point? And there's different ways that we can achieve that.
I think we should
We
try
could do
to
an RFP
revisit
or
it.
whatever.
I don't know if anyone in the finance committee, if we're all,
I agree. Absolutely.
well, is that all you want to
That's
say?
all I have to say.
Okay.
I know New Haven has some banners up around the green, and I think they change quarterly, and I don't think they're that bad because they keep them in good condition. I would like to see a higher price point, but I don't know if you have enough people in the office to do that. I like the idea that Mrs. Weinstein said about the, asking other businesses to sponsor a banner, a West Haven business that would do that also. I mean, it could be profitable if it's kept up and done properly.
If there is an interest, we'll see.
Chairman, any comment?
No.
One- no. All right, so I'll open up Councilwoman Sheet. How do you?
No, I was gonna agree with, the comment that Mrs. Weinstein made about the banners. We have an opportunity maybe to kind of, make some money off of the advertisement. I do like that idea. I think it would add a little bit of character to the center of town, which I think is needed. So I think that and especially along the boardwalk, the walk in West Haven. So there's an opportunity for us to do something that I think could make the town look good and make money off of it. So I like that idea, actually.
Mr. Chairman, just wondering, who did the negotiation? Was it just they threw a number out and you said, okay, or, $1,500, that's,
They made a request. The banners aren't put up by me, so the banners are put up through Public Works. So I reached out to Public Works. I put Public Works in touch with them so that Public Works could explain what they were looking at in terms of this. And the Public Works Director thought that this was a good starting point for a brand-new program to see how it goes. So if you go at a price point larger than this, obviously, it's monetizing it. And then you'd have to see who's willing to do it and at what price, and that's what we'll do. If
we have
that's what the
somebody that
council
bid
wants.
$3,000 here, so, Mr. Weinstein, so we already got a higher bid now, so.
No, we have a verbal person who said something. Let's see if the rubber meets the road.
Okay,
Let's see if there are others. That's fine.
thank you.
But that's how the price point was developed. And if people express an interest in something that's monetized, as the council knows, especially land sales is a good example, I try to bring it back to you. I don't try to have us enact something before we get feedback from the council to see how the council wants to go forward.
If the council agrees, we should get more money.
So this worked. We had public comment on it, and you already had people from the public express an interest, which I didn't have before. So that's positive.
Sounds good.
I thank you so much. Like, I think it is like a great idea. Like, I really do. So I appreciate you being creative and thinking of different things. Is there any thought or like zoning? And I just know that, I know with our zoning department, our zoning committee, like, you can have certain signs, right? You can't have blinking lights. I mean, is there anything?
There's
that-
regulations on signage, yeah. So we
Thank
would
you.
make- We
Sorry.
would make sure all regulations are adhered to. I wouldn't want to seek a variance to put up a banner. It would-
Right,
it
no,
would be
no, I was
awkward.
just curious,
Yeah.
like, we would have to go before zoning to get their approval of them, or is it just?
No, not if we were complying with the regulation.
It would just be fine, because I would just hate to have like one purple and green, and then the other one, I just want it to be aesthetically pleasing and fit with the, even, just to make sure that there's nobody that's gonna come up and say, what in the blue blazes are you doing?
But you are the elected representatives of those polls as you are other assets of the city, so
Oh, we
You get to-
represent polls.
you get to decide.
Okay, so thank you so much, so we're gonna, oh, go ahead, I'm sorry, Gary.
Mr. Donovan, you, sir.
Happy birthday, by the way. Tommy, I meant to say that before. Thank you for showing up on your birthday. I like the idea. I like starting to do things, thinking out of the box. We shouldn't make things difficult either, doing things out of the box. I do agree that maybe 75 banners for that price, might be a little low because now, and I know it's a starting point and, having UNH be the first ones basically to discuss it. But like you said, you have businesses out there, or, you might even have 501c3s that want to have, whoever wants to advertise, and then it's gonna be, well, you gave them that price, why are we, why are we getting charged more or something like that? But again, I like the idea. I'd like to just open it up and think outside the box and do the small things like this. Yeah, I do believe that, monetary-wise, it could be a little bit more, but my other question is, when they purchase these, say we agree on this, and they purchase these, are they the ones purchasing them, number one?
Yeah, they're their banners, correct.
They'll be their banners. So if this works and it moves on, and John Doe's Bakery wants to purchase one, they have to make it, or do they have to purchase it, or do we, how does that work?
Well,
I know that's in a little future, but at least it gives us an idea.
my gray hair is real, so I will say, based on my experience, what's gonna happen is certain polls are gonna be more valuable than other polls. Certain locations are gonna be more valuable than other, just like real estate.
Right.
So, what's gonna happen, my guess is, if there are areas that are popular, we're gonna have to ferret that out, and whether it goes highest bidder or how that's done. But in this particular activity, since it is new, there's also gonna be an aesthetic piece that everybody's gonna have to, weigh on, comment on, or whatever, whether something's ugly or nice or looks better. You're never gonna make everybody happy, but, on balance, whatever happens here is not just about money. Aesthetically, it's gotta be, you gotta feel like you made it a little better. But the other part of this is, University of New Haven is here, and we don't always get opportunities to have branding relationships with them. So whenever we can do that, I certainly have always wanted to try to do that.
Again, I agree with it. Maybe go 50 banners for that price. At least it'll be, $300 a banner or something, so,
Well, no, I think, based on,
I like this.
I gotta get more information from more entities.
Yeah, I like
I
this
can't just do
idea.
so. Yeah.
For us, can you take back your second?
Take back my second.
You
Take that back my first.
So we're just gonna hold this. Thank you so much, Lee. Communication I from Finance Director Scott Jackson. I'd like to bring this out favorably for discussion. Thank you. Hi, Mr. Jackson. So, Councilwoman Hamilton, I give you the floor.
Every year, Mr. Jackson, we have this discussion about these lanes. And when I was going through the list, I noticed that there's a lot of repeated $429, $429, which, $26. which is represented, thank you, which is probably sewer.
Yes.
We're gonna sell all these liens for $426. There's a lot, there's almost 300 of them. So that makes me think that there might be some kind of issue, like with, maybe maybe we're not communicating to the resident that they have this amount out there. I don't think anybody would just, all these people will ignore $426. I think it's doable. And when it gets sold, there is a fee that's attached to it, and sometimes it just spins and spins out of control. Maybe it's our website, we spoke about that, maybe it's our website that people can't see where, because it's kind of behind the scenes, you have to go somewhere else to see it. But I just have a problem turning all these folks in for $426. So I'm not even asking a question, am I? I'm just expressing that I got an issue.
But, you know, so my experience with tax liens is not this. So the city of West Haven does tax lien sales essentially on an annual basis. The last time that I managed tax lien sales, we did on a multi-year basis. We created, and so this would be in Hamden, we had a lot of sliver parcels and other types of things, and so we had to wait until property of value emerged so that we could bundle the good with the not so good and get a reasonable sale. But we did get, on this one, we got, it was publicly bid, we got a fairly robust response, and we're actually looking to change the company that's done it for the last couple of years, because it was more favorable to the taxpayers. The fees were lower with this company, and we thought that this was a good time, based on everything that's happening everywhere, to go with a more taxpayer-friendly solution. Now, what they do, this is, you know, these usually end up in sort of like an annuity program. So it gets folded into a much bigger pot of money, and people say, well, I'll get my money at some time, so it's an income stream for long-term investors. So that's where this kind of ends up. But yeah, I can, I can't disagree with your assessment.
Do you see all the 426?
Yes, ma'am.
There's almost 300 of them. Isn't there a way, like, you're not the tax person, I don't know if you know, but isn't there a kinder way to reach out to these folks and say, or what is the process of saying, hey, you got something out here that's less than $500 that could be a little costly if you don't address it? I just think that it's too many of the same figure. So it sounds like it might be our issue.
And a lot of the people who were notified that they were on a list came in and paid.
So how are they notified? That's a good.
There's a written notification that goes out to the property address.
And do you know, like, what is our threshold? Like,
150.
Ooh, that's low. That's too low.
If I
Please.
because
Thank you.
I have graduation tomorrow. I think what we would like, Finance Director, is for, get in touch with Michael Webb. What's our communication guy's name?
Walsh.
Walsh.
Mike Walsh.
Sorry. Michael Walsh, and maybe do a, press release to say the city council is voting on this on June 23rd, 27th. So, you know, we encourage you to come in and pay your, bill prior to that so we don't sell your lien. Like, we just want to do a last ditch plea before we sell these liens. And we also, when we do that, because we'll just hold this, we are going to, in discussion, have a minimum, $150, that, I'm not okay with that. I think maybe $500 might be our limit. If you can, speak with Rachel, right? And see what her thoughts are since she's not here this evening, and bring that back on that next meeting, or if you can even email me and then I can share it with the council or send it to the chair, just what she's thinking. We've never done $150. We've always raised it. I think it's been about 500. She probably would know by just looking. So we would like to do that if you don't mind. Thank you so much.
Just to make sure that I have it clear, you'd like to potentially recast the list at 500 minimum?
Correct, and have Michael Walsh put out a press release to say, the city council is waiting 2 more weeks for you guys to go in there and pay your bill before they sell the liens.
Okay, there, that will change the dynamic of the payment, obviously. But you already know this in terms of, so this company bought, or is willing to pay $900,000 for these liens at this total value. If we cut it to 500, and as the councilwoman clearly identified, there's a lot of the same kind of number in there.
Well,
it's gonna reduce it, but the good news is we are still probably gonna get 100% plus of our tax revenue this year.
Right, yeah. And I mean, it's a little bit, unfortunate that that wasn't taken into account when this was created, because we've done it every year. Like, I unfortunately don't remember what the amount is, but we did it last year. We did it the year before.
Yeah, this is.
So it should have taken, and I know you're new, but it should have been.
This was last year's number.
Well, then the year before that.
Okay.
Whatever year it was, every year we had a threshold. We did, it was more than 150.
Okay.
It might have been 300. I don't know what it is. I encourage us to go back to Rachel. Rachel's new though, right?
Yes.
She
But
probably,
she has
but she
access
can,
to
yeah,
the
she has
prior-
access to that.
Yeah.
I just think that we need to do better. Not in just, I mean, us. Who did the second? Oh, did you want, I really
Can I
just want to
have a-
hold it.
Yeah.
But yes, go ahead, of course.
So, Mr. Jackson, you kind of said the magic word. So the first thing I was gonna ask is now, if we parse those out, do we have to rebid? Or we just tell, FIG that, hey, listen, instead of 1.1 million, it's 862,000 or whatever. I don't know if you have to rebid it or not.
No, we don't have to go back. I will confirm with the purchasing agent, but because people were coming in up to, including today, probably, people were
Right.
coming in, so it's, until the contract is fully executed, I do not believe that we need to
And the
rebid.
second piece of that, so you said it already on the record, I want to reiterate that. So by us taking out and making, we're still going to make the bogey in the budget, right? So we have a line item in the budget that says sale of tax liens, X amount. So what you're saying is even if we parse out and we end up with 800 or 700 or 600, whatever that is, this combined with other tax collection opportunities is gonna make us hit that, whatever, that 98 point whatever tax collection
98.4, yes, we
rates,
will,
right?
we will exceed that. Both the tax collector's office and frankly, the taxpayers have been very good very good and diligent in their payment this year.
Okay, good, thank you, Melissa.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much,
Okay, we'll bring it
Scott.
back.
I don't know who did the seconds. Second, and then Robin. So we're just gonna hold this. Communication J, we're holding, right? Yes, Communication J, we're holding. And, Communication K from Mayor Nancy Rossi, budget review. Okay, I would like to bring this out favorably. Thank you, Councilwoman. Mr. Jackson, you didn't go far. Is this mine or yours?
Councilwoman, would you like me to present?
Well, can you tell us what the changes are? Is there like a?
Absolutely. What is page 1 in the package at your seat identifies all the changes. These are
I have mine.
generally related to some, some good and wise suggestions from the MARB. So I'm going to work backwards. We were able to make some changes to keep the mill rate at 34.00 because we wanted to make sure that some of the parameters already established by this council were met, and the mill rate was one of them.
Mr. Jackson, I'm
Yes, ma'am.
sorry, I don't know, what are we looking at? Can you
Page
tell
one.
me?
It says,
This.
so there's a table of contents,
you're
and
there.
then the next
Okay.
page is summary of changes.
Okay.
Page 1.
Do you have it?
I think I do have some.
All right, thank you, go ahead, I
Okay.
apologize.
The fund balance, again, working backwards up the sheet, the fund balance increases to $9.2 million, which is in line with the previous 5-year plan.
This is $9.2 thousand.
That's, it's 9288,000,
The comma's in the wrong spot.
yeah, that's 9.2 million. There is a
Wait,
decrease.
tell me that again, the fund balance increases to 9.2 million, or?
Yes. It's 9.288 million.
Thank you, that's not what it says, but I appreciate the, okay, thank you.
All right, there is a decrease to the unassigned fund balance of $222,000. There is a creation of COVID reserve in case we have expenses that are disallowed of $500,000. There is a decrease to debt service of $176,000 based upon a reworked 5-year capital plan. And there is an operating transfer from Public Works, which is our cost for essentially managing the books and payments and collections for the sewer fund.
I
which-
need to ask a question
Certainly.
because I'm a little confused. So when you go to page 5, or on your thing, the summary of changes, it says increase of revenue base plus $110,000.
Yes.
And then debt services decrease, and it says plus $176,000.
Yeah, so the numbers kind of look inverted from the way that you're probably thinking of.
Right, because I'm wondering, because then on the bottom it says it has a negative 500,000 and then a plus of 222,000. So I'm trying to think, when do decreases have pluses and then decreases have the minuses? Or is that just a level of accounting that I don't know?
Yeah, no, it's just the creation of COVID reserve and fund balance should say, to keep the language tight, it probably should say creation of COVID reserve and fund balance increase. So you can
Okay.
see all the decreases.
Got it.
and all
I
the
just wanted to
increases.
make sure it wasn't me.
No, this is what happens when accountants.
No, I understand,
write
and
narratives,
no,
so
I
get it.
appreciate that. Okay, so
And
go
I'm not an
for it. I
accountant,
just
so
want, yeah.
I can crack one
Thank
as
you.
well. But those changes reflect some requests from MARB, and they reflect the same mill rate that this council passed.
So this is it?
That's it. Those are the only changes. Every other line that you've seen throughout the document, throughout the few times you've looked at it, every other line item, revenue and expense are the same.
And this is what, are you guys okay? Do you want to ask a question? So, and we believe that the MARB will be in favor of this?
Well, they will be in favor of the changes because they requested them. Will they pass the budget? That is
Still-
at their discretion, certainly.
Oh, yes. The members of the Finance Committee have any questions? Chairman.
So, Mr. Jackson, would you just kind of help me? So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 changes. It
That is
appears, right? Could we go to the line item in the budget? Could you direct me to where the changes that are in the summary are reflected in the budget?
Are we starting with page 5?
And are they highlighted, or that's why I'm at?
Yeah, no, they are not highlighted, so it's actually page 6. Other financing sources, first line there, we pulled that one out, even though it's sewer related, we pulled it out, so that you guys could see.
It's not here. I don't see it.
Page 6 of 13, summary of general fund revenues.
In this book, Mr. Jackson? 6 of 13? Yes, I see 6 of 13, fire department share of ERS.
Yes, it's right, it's below that, other.
Oh, operating transfers in.
Exactly.
Oh, see, now, I see. Sorry.
No worries.
I have my glasses on.
And that's the figure that equates to the time that the city spends on doing sewer treatment work.
That's correct.
Right?
And then page 47, too?
Yes.
And that's
Debt service.
debt service decrease?
We're on page 47.
Yeah, I think there's a numbering issue. It didn't
Yeah, I
take
think
in-
you're one off
it did-
on each
Yeah, it didn't
page.
take everything into account. So it's page 48.
And what's the name of that line item?
Debt service? Reworked 5-year capital plan?
Yeah, so it's a combination of the first 2 lines there.
Principal and
Or-
interest?
Yeah, P&I.
So the principal went down. Is that? So that would be probably a hard number that we've already established, because that's for this coming year's budget, which is in a week or so, 2 weeks. So these are projects that are already on the books that we have a debt service payment on, correct?
That is correct, but it's a recalculation from our financial advisor as to what the real payment is. And so that was a reduction of $176,000.
And there's a document that your financial advisor has that will match that, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And then 49, Chairman? And that's 500,000 and 222, so is that down the bottom?
So there's a contingency line. So, yeah, so the last 4 items you see, I'll just go through all 4 of those fund balance adjustment lines. The first one is to store some money aside for funding that may be required for full implementation of the police financial restructuring plan. The second one, ADC is assigned to, and that's the new one, that is essentially a risk mitigation factor. So Marb was concerned that if we did not hit our 7.1% return rate on the police pension, it might throw the numbers off. So we added a contingency just in case we didn't hit that number. And all of these, if they don't come to fruition, they fall to the fund balance. That's where you get the 9.2 million. The COVID assigned fund balance is in case we need to, in case we have disallowed costs that we need to account for based upon our COVID response. And then the final one is a contribution to fund balance.
The $1,080,000.
Yes. We put that in because the MARB really wanted to see a continuing contribution to fund balance.
Yeah. I listened to the meeting. I got you. So, and then I'll yield, Chairwoman. So when you say $9.2 million of fund balance, that's our anticipated unaudited number.
For FY '23, yes. Now, that does require all of those contingencies that I just outlined not being utilized.
So, I'm trying to understand this, right? I'm not trying to hang out there, I'm trying to understand. So, if this budget performs the way this budget should perform, at the end of the budget, we will have $9.3 million in fund balance?
Yes.
Just for '23? Or
Yes.
that's cumulative from
Oh,
whatever
no,
we
yeah,
had?
no, it's cumulative,
Yeah,
so we
okay,
should be
all
at,
right.
we should be around 7.2 this year.
Right.
And then.
So we'll add a
adding-
couple of $1 million.
Right.
I don't want people to say, oh my gosh, you're going $9 million in 1 year, and that, you know, how about doing other things with that money? Right, that's where I kind of thought we were. This is a cumulative projection of fund balance at the end of FY '23 is at $9.2 million.
Right, again, with the presumption that these contingencies are not necessary.
Right. Got it. Thank you.
You're more than
All set.
welcome. Anyone else from the Finance Committee have any questions? I could open it up to the rest of the council, just so that we can move on this.
Jackie, thank you. These changes are basically what the MARB is requesting.
Yes.
Are any other issues that you
Well,
know of?
actually, if I can
Yeah,
bring that
absolutely.
back. The last two are specifically MARB-related. The first two are our ways to accomplish that while keeping the mill rate what this council passed.
Oh, I got you, okay. Do you know of any other possible issues that are, it's too early to tell what they're gonna say, right? Because you really haven't had a meeting,
Too early to tell.
too early to tell. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, all those in favor?
Just a point of order if we could. So I think we have also the capital budget request in front of us as well. Mr. Jackson, do you want that folded into the budget, or do you want it, this isn't particularly on the agenda as a separate item, but it isn't a separate item? No, I think that's the financial plan. So do you want us?
Communication J. No, it's not, the plan itself is not necessary for action.
There's no action at this point? Okay.
Is it coming back to me?
I'm sorry, thank you.
No, you have to be sorry, I'm just checking. All those in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. I'm gonna bring out Communication L just for a quick, discussion, if I can have a motion.
So moved.
Thank you. For a second. Is Lee, we're gonna hold this really quickly, not really quickly, we're gonna hold this until our next meeting. There's no cover letter, and I would just like a summary. Communication L from Mayor Rossi regarding the tentative agreement between the city of West Haven. I just would like a summary of changes, like, and if you
That's
look.
another, wasn't instructed that would be on, so I apologize for that. We will have,
There is no reason for you to apologize.
we will
I
have
just want
Mr.
to
Hodgson
instruct you
here.
what I
We'll have
would
a whole,
like.
we'll have plenty of discussion and
Do
plenty
you
of
want me to tell you what
information.
I'd like you to bring back? Or you know what I wanted?
You wanted an information sheet, but I was standing here at the podium waiting for anything else you needed.
Oh, yeah. So, no, I'm tired and I don't know if what I might have said or what I did. So, yes, I would like a summary of what the changes are, and, yes, the cover letter, and that would be great, and we'll do it, if you get it to us, we'll just do it, on the June 27th. I don't know what the date of that meeting is, but the one
That's
in
right.
May, one in June that we're having.
27th,
The
you're right.
27th? if that works for you, it
Yes,
works for
and
us.
it'll also have a discussion on how any of this relates to art.
Yeah, and you might wanna just look at what we've got, it's like an edited doc version,
I saw it.
very, I know it wasn't you, I just think that somebody should be aware, that's all. I appreciate you. So we can take back our seconds, and first, we're gonna hold this.
I take back my second.
Thank you.
No problem.
I appreciate you, thank you. So we're gonna hold this as well. Finally, communication M. How do I do both of them at the same time, since Abdul is here, and don't they kinda just go hand in hand?
M is the MARB resolution.
Oh, that's a lie. Yep. So, we're gonna bring out M favorably for discussion. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Second.
Thank you. So is the MARB in favor of what we presented them, this whole communication M, or did you not
Are you
get a
just talking
chance
about
to?
the restructuring agreement?
Yes.
Yes. So that is basically the document they sent us.
That they want us to vote on and approve?
Yes, and I have only one amendment, which I have printed off. It's, look, the city's not legally required, there's nothing in a statute that says you're legally required to do this. It's really taking instruction, this is coming from the MARB, so obviously this is something that they think is important and valuable and helpful for the city of West Haven at this juncture. And so I'm not commenting on legality, it's not really about legality of it, but there is one area where I did take a pause, because I do think that the payback provision, it needs a little tightening. You know, politics changes, administrations change. One group of folks could be very understanding and fair fiscally, another group of folks could be really difficult. So I wrote a provision that factors in two things. One is whether or not the National Bureau of Economic Research declared a recession, because historically, if there's a recession, the city could be having some difficulty, because your residents are having some difficulty, and having to pay it back could be quite a challenge at that moment in time. Not that you would never pay it back. The other is if gross municipal tax revenue, God forbid, ever declined in a given year. And maybe those things never happen, and maybe, you know, they're not that big a deal, but I just felt it would be prudent. So I printed off copies for everyone. If you wanted to make that amendment again, it's all completely up to you. It's just a suggestion. I don't know what the MARB will think of that change, whether they'll be happy, sad, whether they think it's prudent, not prudent. But I generally, when negotiating almost any state contract, they don't like to change anything. It's not really a negotiation, they've already reviewed it. But I don't think they're gonna see that amendment as all that restrictive, because it's really just saying if the city's in a real difficulty, you know, you can't get blood out of a stone, and all you're asking for is a little more deferral period on the payback.
Any questions?
I have a question. Lee, when I was listening in on the meeting, and I don't see it in here, so, but it's a lot to take in at 11:45 at night. They had said at one point that they would put in the payback provision, that if our fund balance went under 5% of our budget, that we wouldn't have to make the allotted payment that year. Was that in this?
It's not in that agreement.
That was one of the things they said more than once, that, because I took notes on that. So your paper kind of, your amendment kind of covers that?
Well, no,
The thing that you just passed out, does that kind of, it kind of says the same thing, but without
I
percentages?
don't think so. I think so, look, whether you have a fund balance depends on the budget you pass, depends on, I mean, everybody looks at it like, oh, we had a good year, so we have a fund balance. But the fund balance begin with what you just did. You passed a budget. So you've just passed a budget where you anticipate no fund balance, right? No one passes a budget and says, oh, we're passing a budget, we have a fund. That's not how it's done. You pass a zero budget, right? You pass a budget where there's no fund balance, and cross fingers, somehow at the end, revenues are up, or however it happens, you get a fund balance. If you don't have I mean, I'm happy to have that amendment, but I can articulate the other side of that, which is, well, how do we know why you don't have a positive fund balance? Did you overspend, or did you know, was it some problem on your side that can be fixed? And again, using their words, not the taxpayers of the state of Connecticut, so.
Well, that was kind of their thing too, that they didn't want us to go back to being
That's
in
in
tier
there.
4
They're not going
because
back. They're not going back.
Because we have to pay the money back. They didn't want us to go back into having not enough funds to run the city. That's how I understood it. Maybe I understood it wrong.
Well, no, I mean, generally, the whole reason we were in MARB even as a tier 3 was that reason. OPM publishes a healthy fund balance is between 5 and 15%. They are gonna want a 5% fund balance. To leave MARB, you have to have a 5% fund balance. If MARB is going to create a scenario where they're gonna create a fund balance less than 5% for the city of West Haven, that's contrary to all their goals and obligations. The two items I've listed here, I would argue, are two items that are completely out of the control of the city council, the mayor, or the city of West Haven. You don't control a national recession. You don't control who designates whether you have a national recession. And you actually don't control if revenues go down. That's usually the economy, property value, can be a number of factors why revenues went down. I mean, unless you're just not collecting it, but we have a high collection rate. You just heard we're selling tax liens. I think we pretty much are doing everything we can do and supposed to do to collect revenue.
Thank you. I'm done.
Anyone else from the Finance Committee have any questions? Okay. You have a question?
So Lee, listen, again, listening to the MARB meeting, it would appear to me, and I don't know, I wasn't there, but based on the discussion from the MARB members, it appears that this MOU was through OPM to the city, and the MARB didn't really weigh in on the MOU. It seemed like some of the committee members said, well, they never saw it, they never saw the repayment schedule, and so I guess my long way of saying is we approve this tonight, and on the 15th, they don't approve it. Or they approve it with amendments. Does it have to come back to us? I mean, is this a required vote by the council, or is this hey, we're showing that we're all in this together, a vote by the council?
Well, all right, so let's take that, I will take that historically. Historically, if you don't do this, they don't like that. They've come back when the council has said, well, let's wait and see what you do. The MARB has not allowed you to do that. I would think that, yes, part of it is the MARB wants the city council to be on board. Certain members want the city council to be on board with what they would think is skin in the game. I think that along that lines, the payback provision is unique and really something they want because, just when you hear, like, take mill rates, right? I can tell you from my experience in Waterbury, when the state controlled Waterbury, politically, it was helpful when the state's controlling Waterbury and taxes go up, that the mayor could say, well, I didn't raise your taxes, the state did. And the state doesn't care because the state doesn't have to run for office in Waterbury, right? There are members of this board that do care, that they are almost offended. We don't want to be blamed for raising taxes in West Haven. I think similarly, and they blame the council. It's you're the ones who decide the mill rate in the end and so on and so forth. So I think here they would want approval that you're on board Because the payback provision's unique. Like, this is not envisioned in MARB. MARB comes in and helps. There's nothing written about it, there's nothing in the statute about payback. So, yes.
So that's what I struggle with. So I appreciate that the MARB is loaning the city $3.9 million interest-free for 5 years. The problem I have is that, they're gonna set aside $3.9 million, we're gonna give it right back to them, and they're gonna spend it on whatever they wanna spend it on. And we would, if we ever did that in our regular budget, here, Lee, here's a couple $100,000, and you don't have to tell us what you're spending it on, and there's no checks and balances, all the things that we've been criticized for in the past, right? Not enough oversight. We're gonna take $4 million that we're gonna have to pay back, so it's gonna come out of city money, taxpayer money, and we're just gonna say, here you go, Marb, here's $4 million that we're gonna agree to, and you can do whatever you want with it, and we don't need to know that. Now, if you're gonna tell me, oh, no, listen, they're gonna put a plan together, and even though they have that $3.9 million, they're gonna outline that, okay, they wanna put a fund manager in the city for X amount, $1,000 per year, and they're gonna do this for that amount, and then it's gonna come in front of the city council, or at least we're gonna have some say into it, or some notification of it, then I'd say, okay, that's fine. I recognize that you're here, you have expenses, and we need to pony up those expenses. But just to give a blank check for $3.9 million that they could do whatever they want with it, and we have no oversight, kind of flies into the face of everything
Yes.
else that we do.
Well, all I can say is the statute, if this is done pursuant to the statute, the money, technically, the city would be like a pass-through. Wouldn't be ignored. The money would have to come into the city, and the city actually pays the bill, and you have a right of review of that bill. And did it go, just like they do with us, did it go out to bid? What was the rate? Was that a market rate? What did they do? Were they here in those days? Let me see the invoice. So, now, in the past, they haven't, we have one consultant, and we kind of know what he does, so there hasn't been huge scrutiny over what's been spent on that. When we've spent other money, we've sort of negotiated that away. Again, this is new territory, but yes, the statute requires that the city be allowed complete review over all that spending. They're gonna pick the people, and those people are gonna report things back to the state. But ultimately, you're gonna be able to have a say as to, what are these people doing, and,
Well,
the
I'd
hope
like us
is-
to be part of that process. I think the city council
Right.
should review. So, for example, the
But it's,
$250,000.
but hold on, it's not gonna be automatic.
Right.
We're gonna have to request, and maybe request a second time, we need to see those records, we need, we're gonna have to have
So why do we need all
diligence
that money
ourselves.
all at once? Right? Where did that number come from? They must have you would think that they must have some type of plan that says, okay, based on what we need to do in West Haven for the next 4 years, that's gonna equate to, okay, business manager, whatever it may be, times 4 years equals 3.9. Where did they get the number
It
from?
would appear that number came from the money that was allocated for West Haven that we did not use.
But that other money, listen, and I get it, we could argue whether you should pay it back or not pay it back, right? But those restructuring funds were funds that the MARB partnered with us on, right? There was no repayment schedule for those.
Correct.
funds.
But we didn't use it, so they don't have to go to the legislature to find that money to
Right.
spend.
That's why I think there should be different oversight for these funds than those funds. So example, right, we have right in the, and I hate to belabor this there, Chairwoman, but, you have right in the MOU that part of this money, $250,000 of it is going towards the audit, right, that was just done by Cone Resnick, that OPM commissioned, right? So, do I have the right to, and I don't know if 250, it seems like an awful lot of money for 18 pages, that's 10,000 a page. So, I don't know if I'm not in the business, right? But at the end of the day, do we get to go through that, okay, Mr., Marb or OPM, Let us see that it went out to bid. Let us see how these individuals were vetted. The same policies and procedures that were lacking here for how many years, now that we're working to establish them or enhance them, should apply in this instance. It shouldn't be, here's the money and we don't know what you're gonna do with it.
Yes, so I would say yes, and we will be demanding those. I've been instructed by the mayor to make sure we demand all the financial cost records concerning the Cone resident audit.
So the MARB or OPM will fill out a voucher and say, hey, listen, or a purchase order, and it says, City of West Haven, the Cone Resnick did the audit, so, and here's the backup, and please process a payment for $250,000.
Well, we'll see, yeah, we'll see what their backup is. I mean, they have the same looking glass that the society has a looking glass into here, so we'll see what it is, and if there are criticisms, just like there are criticisms of the way West Haven does business, I'm sure those criticisms will be accepted, and I would guess, you know, if they go in the right direction, you'll see things change. But yeah, no, you get to see how money is spent, and if it's really the city's money in the end, as they've designed it. So you get to have all the records that back up all the spending. And I don't have experience with this current OPM director, but he has a long history in state government. I have no reason to believe that it's gonna bother him to let you have whatever records they have.
And nor do I, and I appreciate their partnership. I just think we need to keep consistent with, you know, whomever it is, right? If there's money that's going out the door, we need to make sure that we do our due diligence and there's some transparency. That's
Yeah,
all.
no, and it's the statute's designed, you have a right to demand what all the billing's about, you know, what's going on, and ask questions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions for Lee? So this, you want us,
I would recommend that you approve the agreement by inserting, and I've created that as an insertion so that it's easier, not
into
it's.
the
it goes
resolution?
Into the resolution, you're approving the mayor signing the agreement with that addition.
So I'm not taking anything out of the resolution, I'm adding this to it, or I'm not reading this at all, you just want this to be part of?
Yes, I'm in an awkward position because this is more of a policy decision by the council in the end than it is a legal decision. I mean, if, you know, you want to fight things tooth and nail, I could analyze the whole document a different way. You know, if you vote for it, sign it, you know, it's legally enforceable, legally binding, assuming both sides
Agree.
engage and do all they're supposed to do in the contract. I just think that you could have a situation, I don't think the current people would do
No,
this.
that's not my question. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out if you wanted me to read this with the resolution, or is it just staying with this and,
Just a point of order, you would have, if you're gonna include the amendment,
right,
you will need someone to make
right.
an amendment to the motion for that amendment, and then when it comes
Yes.
around to the council, you'll.
Oh,
need to
I'm
approve
sorry.
that.
But I have to
Yeah,
read.
because you've already
Right.
voted this,
We've already had a motion
to have the
and a
discussion.
second,
Yes, yes, yes. So yes, you'd amend, correct, to add that.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
So you're
Oh,
choosing
wait.
not to add the amendment, which is your choice.
It is really getting late. Okay. No, it's not my choice. I was asking one thing and you guys were telling me something else. I was asking, like, later on, when I read the resolution, do I have to read this? And people are just telling me different things. Do we want to add, who wants this, first the amendment? Who wants, make a motion to add this amendment? Thank you. Do you want to, second? Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Now, the first motion we're voting on. We did the amendment. Now we're gonna go back to the original motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. And when I read it, I'll figure it out at that point. I'd like to, okay, so can we talk about both N and O at the same time, Chairman? Since Abdul is here and I'm
Are you
assuming,
gonna,
I can do them separately.
yeah, the only problem would be is if you're gonna move one and not the other.
So
Right,
I
if you're gonna
can
approve.
talk about them at the same time?
I think you could put the motion to approve N, and then when Abdul comes in front of us, you could discuss both, because I think they're both
Okay.
related.
So I'd like to bring communication and now
Well, no, just, I mean, you do realize both, each resolution has to have a separate public hearing, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
thanks for the clarity, Lee. So, bringing out communication N, can I have a motion? Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you, Councilwoman. For Mayor Nancy Rossi, Abdul, we're so excited you're here, we can schedule a first reading. Did you want to tell us anything about this $900,000? It appears that we've had it for like 5 years or something.
Yes, these two ordinances, N and O, that two sewer projects, they were already approved by the city council last year. The problem was with the language, it was approved with the revenue from Water Pollution Control Commission paying back the loan back to the state. And the bond council said the state will not accept the language, they want full faith and credit of the city. So that's the change, only change.
That's the only change?
Yeah, language change.
Okay. Any other questions? Let me just bring this out for public hearing, ask to the public. Oh, okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. So we're gonna bring out communication O from Nancy Rossi regarding the ordinance amending, restating a resolution, the $1,161,000 for a first read. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
A second? Is there any discussion for Abdul? He kind of explained that it's just the wording change. Yes. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. I thank you.
Thank you.
Abdul. Communication F from May 23rd, the agenda. I'd like to bring this out favorably. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Communication G from May 23rd agenda, from the West Haven Community House Association regarding the energy conservation and capital improvements. I'd like to bring this out favorably.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Communication H from May 23rd agenda regarding the West Haven Childhood Development Center, energy efficient air filtration systems. Thank you.
Second.
Second, thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Communication D from May 9th, 2022 agenda from Corporation Counsel Lee Tiernan regarding a resolution defining employee benefits for non-union employees. I'd like to bring this out favorably.
Second.
I would like to make an amendment to add that elected officials receive no I know this
Compensatory time.
word, I promise you. Compensatory time and no vacation buyback. Have a motion? Have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. So the amendment passed, so we'll go back to the original motion. Oh, I got this down. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. All those in favor, did I do that?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, good, so now the time is 11:10 and your finance committee is ending for the evening.
You sure there's not anything else you'd like to bring up, Councilwoman?
I don't think so. I
Okay.
think I'm really good. Like,
All
I'm
right.
really, really good.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman Hosky. Next committee, Legislative Matters Committee, Councilman Bruno.
Time is now 11:10. Committee on Legislative Matters now in session. Members present, councilpersons Colleen O'Connor, Councilman Boras, Councilwoman Acabello, Councilman Caligano, myself acting as chair, Bruno. We have before us tonight Communication I from May 23rd agenda from Tom McCarthy, Commissioner of Public Works, regards exempt bottle bill funds, term that the city council hereby directs the mayor to cause said received funds to be separately accounted for and not deposited into the general fund. The chair will entertain a motion to bring this out favorably.
Second.
Any discussion? We have Tom McCarthy here that would be more than happy to brief the council on it for us. Thank you, Tom.
I apologize, I didn't do it the first time. Tom McCarthy, Commissioner of Public Works, 355 Main Street.
So, Tom, could you just help me out with explaining to the council on how this is gonna work?
Sure. So this is the first 6-month portion of the proceeds we get from the bottle bill. It's $39,000. We expect another one. However, after that, we believe there may be some move up in the State House to maybe put the deposit on the NIP itself, and that would change how the program works for us. But for now, we have $39,000. The one requirement of the bill was that we isolate the money and use it for specific purposes, picking up trash, the recovery of trash. So it could be road sweeping, it could be road cleaning. Where our department is looking right now is probably twofold. One, we're contemplating hiring somebody for Friday, Saturday, Sunday down at the boardwalk in the night hours just to police the place, and then use a significant portion of the funds to create recycle banks, garbage disposal. Start with the boardwalk, work our way up Campbell Avenue, go from there.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Anybody have any questions for Tom? Mr. McCarthy? In our committee, anybody have any questions? Before I open up to the council? Any questions? Thank you, Tom. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Committee on Legislative Matters is closed at 11:13.
Thank you, Councilman Bruno. Next up is the Public Lands Committee, Councilman Donovan.
Thank you, Chairman. The time is now 11:13. The Committee on Public Lands is now in session. Members present, Councilman Quagliani, Councilwoman O'Connor, Councilwoman Hamilton, and Councilman Bruno, and myself acting as chair. We don't really have a well, it is a communication, but Lee and Hunter. It's a discussion on the possible, it's communication H from Corporation Counsel Lee Tiernan regarding the potential sale, lease, or transfer of 204 Jaffrey Street.
Yeah, so we've had more than one interested party for this parcel. I think it's vacant land, it's a larger parcel than, at least a larger parcel of vacant land than we generally bring before. It's almost 2 3/4 acres. And so I think before we proceed further, rather than come to the council with some offers, I first wanted to ask that the council, all the council members, take a look at this parcel. It's a parcel, it obviously would have an interest in the district where it's located, but I think every council member, should look at the parcel and say, is that really something we want to do first? And if you do, then we'd put together how to best maximize it. Now, our city engineer thinks it is buildable, but not in the conventional sense, so that it would be more expensive to build on this parcel than it would on parcels that are not as spongy in the rest of your community. But that would be up to the owners. If the city is not going to use it for, some form of park or recreational space, it really has no use, no projected use for the city in that respect. But the interests that we're getting are clearly people that want to build either commercial facilities or residential apartments. So, it is easy to monetize, but I'm sensitive to the idea that the council, I didn't think it was fair, if you had an interest in it as public space, to have that desire compete with what the value of the property is, because public space, if you desire property to be public space, shouldn't always have to compete in that way. So I would like the council to just, all the council members, if they get a chance, take a look at the parcel itself, or go online, use your GIS, and just think about if that's something you'd like to do. Maybe it's something you could, get back to Mr. Donovan, the chair, and then we can decide, I can get instructions from the council if you want to proceed further with monetizing it.
I do have a few questions, and then I'll
Yep.
go to my committee as well. Just, this is a marsh area, for those who don't know. I know, Robin, you know where this is.
I didn't want to use that vulgar term.
Oh, that's basically what it is, right?
So I did leave something out. I did leave one thing out. There's an old railroad line that used to go to, it was the Derby, I think it was the Derby and like the end of the beachfront rail line. And that's behind that parcel. It's a 4-acre, runs all the length, and that is owned by the city as well. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Nope, that's fine. One, I mean, whatever the body decides to do and if we do decide and you come up with something, yes, sell it and let's get whoever's interested in building, but they would have to build it on, I would imagine, on stilts, kind of, because it will sink.
At least platforms, yes.
And because across the street, and correct me if I'm wrong, Councilwoman Hamilton, that facility over there is kind of sinking as it is right now. So
It is sinking.
I don't believe that is a good spot to build any kind of residential or commercial, but that's just my opinion. And if the body decides to, let's turn this into a park, it seems like that might be an issue too, because of possible marsh area and the flooding when it rains and stuff. So obviously I would, I will leave it up to the body on that decision and discussion. But right now, any questions in my committee?
I mean, I don't think it's so soft. Like, if you had a dog park, I don't think you'd lose dogs in it. I don't think it's that soft.
No, I don't think it's that soft.
But it is
I don't know
spongy.
Yeah, I don't know if, I'm talking about a regular, park where kids can hang out. I don't wanna, you don't wanna lose
Yeah,
little
yeah.
kids either.
Yeah, yeah.
So, anybody in the committee have any? That's why I looked at you.
So, and I know it's late and I know that my colleagues want to leave, but, this would impact my neighborhood very much, so I thank you for, talking about it first with us. So, yeah, it is marshy, it's very marshy, even Commissioner, McCarthy and I were just there 2 or 3 weeks ago, right? And we saw the trail and all of that. So, It's zoned for, tell me again, what is it zoned for? And what is a R5 exactly, like in layman words? What is that?
You could have multifamily housing.
All right, because you said commercial.
Well, we consider, multifamily housing we consider as commercial.
Oh, so you
Multifamily-
didn't mean-
yeah, we don't pick
'cause-
up their trash, we consider it commercial.
Right, so you're not talking about a small factory or a warehouse?
Well,
Because
you need a
that's in the
zoning change.
neighborhood.
Yes, you'd need a zoning change for that. I am not gonna deny that we've had an interested party that wants to build a manufacturing facility, and there isn't an abundance of parcels that the city has control over that are large enough to accommodate the needs. So they have looked at parcels this size. I'm not gonna say that they have an interest specifically in this parcel. But I would be lying to you if I said that there wasn't commercial interest in this parcel. I know you're nodding your head that they're crazy.
I'm not saying anything, though.
But they have. So, I mean, in other words, if you had, if you put notice that you had a sale, I think you'd have commercial parties that would have an interest.
Right. And the other thing is, could part of it, because I've talked about parks a million times, and I might have, not had an opportunity to the last thing we talked about, that might be off the table. Is it suitable, or who do I ask, could it be suitable for a park? Not the whole thing, because that's a lot of land, but some of it for a park use, playground.
Well, I can tell you, if you go to, I think it's, where's my, if you go to the northwest portion of the parcel, so the actual boundary line, that's where the old railroad line is that the city has, and you quickly come into flood zone. And there's also a drainage easement. So, that would have to be dealt with in any development proposal regardless. But the reason why the railroad bed is important for what you just described is you could have an entrance to that park that doesn't have to be on Jaffrey. So you could actually, the park could almost be its own entity with an entry off a railroad and be a park, whereas Jaffrey could, the lower end of the parcel could be, something else. So you
I would have to
could easily-
visually see that. So on our we got a list from Ken Carney, and it named, right, the flood areas, and Jaffrey's on there. So it's almost like kind of crazy to say, okay, let's build residential stuff there and add it to an area that's already a
Yeah, I mean,
flood
look, there's a couple ways to
mess.
look at that. You could look at that as the old buyer beware, right?
The what?
Buyer beware. In
Uh-huh.
other words, the old capitalism, hey, you sold me some pens that don't write, well, you should have tested them before you bought them, kind of thing. But the problem with buyer beware in this sphere is that the problem could become yours. I mean, when you look at, for instance, people with cracked foundations, how is that a government problem on some level, and yet,
We're all paying for
it's
it.
gonna have government solution. Brownfields, I think this is kind of the same thing if the city allows, the parcel to have a use that doesn't work, we built the building and now it's sinking and, somebody's gotta do something. I mean, I can tell you that I once had a situation where somebody built a road, and if you drive anywhere in the city, maybe not tonight because it's night, but during the day, you'll notice that drainage sewers are right up to the curb. And there's a reason for that. So the water drains along the curb and goes into the storm sewer. This road was designed, and I bet it's still this way, where the storm sewers were off the curb. And there was only one house that was below grade. All the other houses were up, and all of the water went to that house. And that person was looking for a municipal solution because the city approved a house there, and the city engineer signed off on the road, not West Haven. And so if you approve this for sale as, apartments, and then the apartments sink, I can't say there wouldn't be consequences to that. So we'd have to explore that. But that's why, you don't just go forward and, first of all, waste staff time putting together a proposal that you guys just aren't interested in.
So would the city entertain leaving it as is? Or
Oh,
maybe a-
absolutely.
Maybe a
Oh, no, no,
cleanup.
no.
A
That's-
cleanup.
The city is,
but-
you are the representatives of the city, that's you. if you want to leave it as is, then I move on to something else.
A park or as is? Which one would the council like?
Oh, it didn't come out of committee yet.
It's just a rhetorical question.
It is. Are you all set, Councilman?
I might be, yeah.
Anybody else on the committee? Any questions? Anybody else? No? Okay, that's good. I don't know if we should even bring this out as a whole. It's just, they're not making a move, well, there's no action on it, so.
I would just maybe, as the chair, just ask the council to get any comments to you by X date, right?
Yeah, I would say by the next meeting, June 27th. Yeah, if any, council members go out there, it's 204 Jaffrey, you take a look at it. And just
Come
get
by
back
my
to-
house, I'll walk you down.
Here you go.
Wear boots.
All right, so there's no action on this, so I guess the committee is, Committee on Public Lands. Well, yeah, we got.
You're gonna hold it, right?
Yeah, we gotta hold it, because it is communication, correct. Time is 11:25, Committee on, Public Lands is now closed.
Thank you, Councilman Donovan. Unfinished business, update from Chris Soto, Planning and Zoning Department regarding blight and enforcement.
Mr. Chairman, I was the one that originally asked Chris Soto to come, and it was a quarterly update on all the buildings and stuff we've been approving, so it really wasn't blight and enforcement, and I know he worked really hard and stayed forever tonight.
Yeah, whatever he has to present, we're happy to listen.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. As Councilwoman O'Connor said, so what I have for y'all is just a brief update on some of the major projects that we've had going on, just so that we can kind of see a timeline a little bit about where we stand with stuff. With the conference center, the Savin Rock Conference Center, the NAPCO site, we've had some really early discussions about their site plan, so we're starting to see some of what that's going to be. So the discussions have been around parking design and perimeter screenings so far. So we expect to see something. We were hoping to have it already, but it looks like some of their design work got delayed a little bit, so we're hoping to see them before P&Z by the end of July. We should have a plan, and it would be a special permit application that we would be seeing from them. With regards to the Thompson School, they're also working on some of the components of their plan. Right now, they're working on their environmental study, which will kind of guide the rest of their plan making. With the Blake Building, we've been in touch with the approved purchaser and outlined what their application will look like. They'll be bringing us a site plan application for approval for medical offices, and the Planning and Zoning Commission will be seeing a zone change from my office within the next, well, they'll be receiving it within the next 2 weeks here or so. The Style School, we're waiting on the survey that's being worked on as well. Once the survey is done, they can continue to work on their development plans. The Cumberland Farms site, that was held up previously by a appeal to one of their variances. They came in a few months back with a text amendment to our zoning regulations. That was approved. And then they decided they wanted to make some changes to their site plan. So we've received, we've received some communication from the attorney. We will be sitting down with them this Friday to take a preliminary look at their plans before they do a submittal. 7-Eleven is very close to opening and being online. They had a handful of modifications they needed to make due to the DOT permit. So they'll be bringing that in. They'll be on the agenda for July 12th, and once we look at the site plan, and hopefully we'll be able to approve it, and that will get them on the track to getting final permits, or final inspections for their CO. 400 Derby Avenue, this is the sushi restaurant, that will be going away unfortunately, but there is an approval there for a self-storage facility. It's 122,000, over 122,000 square feet of self-storage, and they'll be reconfiguring some of the entrances to that site, so there won't be as many ways to enter into the site. So hopefully that'll alleviate traffic issues there as well. At 560 Campbell Avenue, there was a cafe there that had been shut, that had closed. That cafe will be reopening. That approval was done in April, and we building permits have already been issued, so we expect them to be opening soon. And we have a pending application. Well, we have a few pending applications, but the most current one is 98 Orange Avenue. It's a application for a 94,000 square foot self-storage facility, and that'll have its public hearing tomorrow. With the work of the commission, some of the things that we have tried to do is to be a little bit more aware of kind of how businesses and uses have been developing over time, and being responsive to some state statutes as well, some changes in the state statutes. So we over the past few months, at least since the last time we've met, we've had a couple zone changes, or a couple zone regulation changes. Probably the most notable one that we'll all know is the creation of wineries, distilleries, and breweries in our regulations. We did not previously have those uses, so we looked at what some other folks were doing with regards to those uses, what some of the other bigger cities were doing, and we instituted similar policies. So we allowed breweries not just along the site at the conference center, but throughout the city, and a whole host of different commercial districts and some industrial districts, and allowed for farm wineries as well, if someone were willing to do that. We also were receiving a lot of inquiries about cottage industry, so the state has passed some regulations that allow cottage food industries to happen within the context of a single family or within a dwelling unit. And we had an overly cumbersome process where you would have to come in for special use exceptions that didn't really apply, and weren't congruent with what the state statute intended folks to be able to do, which is to just bake the cookies, keep it under a certain amount of aggregate sales a year, and be able to go to a trade show. So cookies, cakes, those kind of confectionery type of deals. So we had amended our regulations to pave a way for that to happen the way the state statutes intended to be. We also allowed nursery garden uses in the TOD to allow for some of our proposed uses for the Styles area, the Styles building, I should say. We also modified parking maximum requirements. That had a lot of extensive debate at the state, mainly because it's a little, well, precarious, right, to walk the line of, do we have enough parking, is there enough parking, and then what does parking do to development costs and housing? So the state had all the conversation for us, and it came to the conclusion that zoning regulations should cap residential parking requirement maximums at two spaces per 2-bedroom dwelling units or more, and at 1 space for 1-bedroom and studio units. So we adopted the same parking requirement for just for residential dwellings. We also, together with that, extended our neighborhood business district up Campbell Avenue a little bit more over a chunk of R3 zone that was a little weird. So you got up to just before the cemetery, just before the highway, and all the properties on Campbell Avenue were all R3 zone for some reason, and there's businesses interspersed in there. So we extended the neighborhood business district along those properties as well as to Thompson School, and then we amended the dwelling units per land area requirement to kind of more match what the CBD district looks like, which is the district down near the center of the city. We worked to pass an affordable housing plan that is available online on our website under the current and recent planning initiatives. And what we did is we worked together with Scroggs and the other municipalities in Scrogg to put together both our local plan, and that'll be adopted as part of the regional plan. And if you look through it, and we properly notified the state that we did it. Yes, we did. So what you'll see through the affordable housing plan is there's a list of strategies and goals to get to, right? So there's a lot of discussion earlier about how do we get to underserved communities. Part of the plan is making sure that the programs that we already afford, the programs that we already make available to our residents, that we find better ways to market that, and we find better ways to market it to our underserved communities. So that was one of the things that the Planning and Zoning Commission was kind of keeping an eye out for. And the other thing that we wanted to make sure is that the plan did not look like that creating affordable housing looked like putting in just more Section 8 units, right? That also means creating programs that make home repairs and home improvements more affordable, so that the home is overall more affordable and that folks can buy, particularly your more disadvantaged communities that might have a lower price point. And so if you're trying to buy a house now and you're looking at $300,000 for a raised ranch, which is crazy, then programs like these might help you go for a house that might need some fixes, right? And that might be a little bit more distressed, and you can avail yourself of a more affordable home, right? So it's not just about adding extra units, but it's about making the existing stock a little bit more affordable. And then lastly, we're working also with Scrogg to create a bicycle and pedestrian plan. And that's something that was started just before COVID, and then COVID stopped a lot of it, and it stopped the creation of the plan itself and the creation of the study, I should say. What we hope to gain from that is to identify kind of key areas in the city, key areas of infrastructure where we would like to make and create improvements. The kind of pie in the sky idea is that this paves the way for a complete streets kind of manual, which will govern how we repave roads, how we reconstruct our streets so that they're calmer, so that they're more walkable, more bikeable. And the commission is seeing this as kind of one of the first steps to get there. As part of that project, there will be a survey coming out soon, and there will be kind of a virtual meeting room. We've used this room as the model, so you'll land on a web page that the consultant is hosting, and you'll be able to click on plans and submit ideas, take the survey, listen to whatever meetings we may have had, or read through whatever documents we may have had, and we hope to get better public input in that way. And that is all I have for folks.
That's awesome.
Chris, thank you for the very comprehensive report. Is there any questions that the council have regarding the director's report? Thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for bringing something positive to tonight's meeting.
Yeah, a lot of good stuff.
Sure, absolutely.
So thank you for sticking it out.
All righty, y'all have a good night.
We're almost halfway through.
You got till tomorrow.
Next up under unfinished business is an update from Lee Tiernan, Corp Counsel, regarding the Havens.
So the mayor had a call with corporate headquarters of the Simon Group, and I'm not going to go into all of that call because I think it's more appropriate that the mayor go into that call. But I can summarize a few things. One is the call was very positive, and one positive development that you're going to see, and unfortunately, it would appear that in this instance, tough love appears to have been a positive result, which is unfortunate that you have to resort to that. But we anticipate the remaining demolition and the demolition permits to be pulled within days, and that the whole site will be flattened and available, and that the Simon Group will not be seeking additional state funds for that. They're going to do that on their own. They're going to do it quite quickly, and they've been instructed that if that doesn't happen, they have a deadline for that we will be going back to light fines and opening streets and every tool in our toolbox. But we're going to give them a few days to get those demolition permits applied for, and if that happens, that is part of the development plan, so we think that's a positive development. The equipment's already there to complete the demolition, so we anticipate they're going to do that. But I think it's fair to let the mayor discuss the remainder of the call, and not me, since the call was between her and the Simon Group, although I did eavesdrop on it.
Is there any movement in regards to the interlocal agreement that spells out their taxation district, their plan? I mean, we've been waiting for, it's probably over a year.
Yes, so once the demolition is completed, we're going to circle back and have discussions about that, and hopefully finalize an interlocal agreement. I think that they were waiting for changes in COVID, but now that interest rates seem to be rise, there seems to be greater interest on the part of the Simon Group to have a tax district. But I don't think we're going to have that discussion until the demolition's completed, nor do I want to have that discussion until the demolition's completed, because we need to see some progress by the Simon Group. I don't know that we would entertain an interlocal agreement if they didn't make progress on the demolition, to be honest with you.
Any questions for Lee in regards to the Havens? Councilwoman Akbarali?
Thank you for coming. So this is in my district, the Havens, and one of the biggest questions I have is, when is everything gonna be knocked down? Is the demolition gonna be of the entire area, including the houses, or just of the
Everything.
land? Everything.
So we anticipate they're going to begin pulling permits very, very soon. They have equipment there. There's some demolition they've already completed, but there's other work that they can do without permits.
Okay.
But we're pushing hard that we're only holding off because they've committed to that process immediately. So, assuming they make good on that, I have no reason to doubt them. They reached out to the mayor. She didn't reach out to them, so.
Did they give you a date? Or about when?
Yeah, I don't have an exact date, but it was days.
A couple
Words,
days?
the word immediately was used.
Okay.
So, and like I say, if it's not quick, we're going right back to the posture where we are at.
Right.
And it would appear that they didn't like that posture.
Right.
That they would prefer to have, kind of like a do-over, and maybe get a better relationship with the community going forward. But there are a lot of specifics to the call that are more into the future and are more positive, but I think it's more appropriate that the mayor talk about that, and I don't just steal the thunder or talk about everything on the call, since the call was between her and the Sanger Group. But I did think, because the demolition should come very soon, that you would at least want to hear that, and it's not as positive as maybe Chris's information, but it's somewhat positive.
Right, thank you.
Any other questions from the council? The only other comment I have is, and I know to Councilwoman Aquarelli's credit, she's concerned about the havens in her district, and it's been like this for a long time, that these neighbors had to look at it. So if by our 27th meeting, we still see that no demolition permits have been applied for or approved, I think the council would have the appetite to support the mayor and the administration with beginning to assess blight fines.
Oh, yeah.
On the 30-some-odd properties that are still standing at whatever it is, whatever it is a day, fine, $100 a day.
Yeah,
So-
we anticipate it'd be $100 a day per property, per house.
So would you notify the council when in fact?
Oh, yeah.
You get notification that the demolition permits have been applied for?
No, and I'm gonna reach out to Indianapolis myself and make sure they know that, they're reading, they look at something, I don't know, but they're getting the information from these meetings. And they are listening to their lobbyists and paying their lobbyists. So their lobbyists are here, they're in Indianapolis. I don't think they were always listening to the lobbyists, now they are.
Any other questions? Seeing none? Thank you, Lee. Okay, that concludes unfinished business. Now we'll come back together as a council for committee reports. If the clerk could read Communication F into the record.
Communication F from the tax collector in regards to overpayment refunds for the month of June 2022, which will be filed with tonight's minutes.
Thank you, Stacy. First committee to report out is the Finance Committee, Councilwoman Hosky.
Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Finance, to whom was referred the matter of the Community Development Connecticut Radio Information System. Reports that the committee met on the 13th day of June 2022 to consider said matter. It is unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Resolved, the City Council will conduct a public hearing on June 27, 2022 at 6:50 p.m.
Councilwoman Hosky brought forth Communication B from Diane Weaver Dunn, Connecticut Radio Information System, regarding audio accessibility for people who are blind or print challenged, for a first reading, and the public hearing, as stated, will be June the 27th at 6:50 p.m.
Communication C to the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Finance, to whom was referred the matter of the Community Development Block Grant period year, whatever, I don't know what it said it was, 48 budget. Reports that the committee met on the 13th day of June 2022 to consider said matter. It is unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Resolved, the City Council will conduct a public hearing on June 27, 2022 at 6:55 p.m.
Councilwoman Hosky has brought forward Communication C from CDA Director Mark Visacchia regarding CDA PY 48 CDA CDBG budget for a first reading, and the public hearing is June the 27th at 6:55 p.m.
Communication D is held. Communication E to the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Finance, to whom was referred the matter of Tom McCarthy, Commissioner of Public Works, interdepartment line item transfer. Reports to the committee met on the 13th day of June 2020 to consider said matter. It is unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Resolved, the City Council of the City of West Haven hereby approves the following interdepartment line item transfer. Line item 1470401051400 temporary payroll decreased by $21,000. Line item 14100105100 engineering decreased by $50,000. Line item 1470607652550 park maintenance increased $33,000. Line item 1460607552740 security, increase 3,000. Line item 1460607553490 other operation, increase 3,000. Line item 1460607553445 safety supplies, increase 2,000. Line item 1460607552530 building maintenance, increase 30,000.
Councilwoman Hosky's brought forward Communication E from Commissioner Tom McCarthy of Public Works regarding a request for interdepartment transfer of funds, which was read into the record. Is there a second?
Second.
Take your pick. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed? No. Any abstentions? Motion passes unanimously.
Communication G is held, communication I is held, communication J is held. I got nothing. What am I doing with K? Doesn't he do something with it? Peter usually, the chairman reads this out.
Okay.
Yeah, we need to ask
Mr. Jackson? This is the budget changes.
Wait, so he said, so can I know I just wanted to ask my question. Okay. So everything I thought is staying the same, it was just, so what, isn't this what it was before? I just don't know what it is, because it's not filled in.
I don't know what you're looking at.
Communication K. So, Mr. Jackson, the mill rate is the same, this motor vehicle tax rate, the Allentown Fire Department, all of that is the same. I'm just trying to understand what I'm reading, like what's, just read it and it's not filled in, and I don't ever read that, that's the chairman that reads it.
Do we need to, I would imagine that we need to approve the changes that you made between the last time we approved the budget and now. So, either, Lee, I don't know, but, I mean, how do we make a valid motion here? Do we just read the changes that are identified in the summary, the 4 changes? Or do we have to, I believe what the Chair Hosky's talking about is that it says, here's what the mill rate is for the city, for motor vehicle. I mean, nothing changes in those respects.
Well, the mill rate hasn't changed, correct?
Right, that's
So
why
I would treat this as if you were making a change to the mayor's budget in your normal budget process, since this budget is not in place yet. So as long as you have a 2/3 vote, you would only read the change, just like you do in your normal budget process. Do you have those, I see, do you have those do you have the changes?
Yes, we have them here.
Oh, all right.
Well, it's not on the resolution, which is my problem. So I'll figure it out and do the best I can, since clearly that has become my job. Be it resolved that the West Haven and we might want to start checking things for spelling too. The West Haven City Council, consistent with a charter for the city of West Haven, specifically Charter 19, Part A, Section 5, and a joint proposal for the mayor Nancy R. Rossi, Chairman Peter Massaro, Finance Chairwoman Bridget Hosky, and the Treasurer Michael P. Last, presented by the mayor Nancy Rossi to this council, and the May 18, 2022 letter by the State Municipal Accountability Review Board, also known as MARB. Approve the following changes to city budget for fiscal year 2022-2023 that will affect and operating July 1st, 2022 at 12:01 a.m. and further establish the funding and financing to support those approved changes as follows. A, 2022 physical budget changes for adoption. I'm gonna have to read the line items.
I think that you could just read the summary page.
Without the line items?
Let me see this.
Sure, sounds good to me. Operating transfer from Public Works, increased revenue based on WPCA usage of city services, $110,000. Debt service decrease, reworked 5-year capital plan of $176,000. Increased contingencies, creation of COVID reserves and fund balance, $500,000. Decrease the unassigned fund balance of $222,000. Fund balance increases to $9.2 million in line with previous 5-year plan. Mill rate remains the same at 34. Sounds good.
That's fine. Your summary has page items, so I don't think there's a debate as to which items have been identified.
Councilwoman Hosky's brought forward communication K from Mayor Nancy R. Rossi regarding amendments to the fiscal year 22-23 budget. Is there a second? Second by Councilman Galignano. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, sorry, roll call vote, please.
Councilman Gary Donovan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Colleen O'Connor,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bridget Hosky,
Yes.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite,
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Ackerbally,
Yes.
Councilman Mitchell Galignano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Robin Watt Hamilton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker,
Yes.
Councilman Victor Boris,
Yes.
Councilman Robert Bruno, Councilman Stephen Johnstone,
Yes.
absent, and Acting Chair Ronald Quagliani.
Yes. 12 yeas.
Communication L,
Sorry, 12 yeas, no nays, motion passes.
Communication L is being held to the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Finance, to whom was referred the matter of the Municipal Restructuring Fund Agreement between the State of Connecticut Office of Policy and Management and the City of West Haven. Reports of the committee met on the 13th day of June 2022 to consider said matter. It is the unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Resolved, the City Council of the City of West Haven hereby approves the Municipal Restructuring Fund Agreement between the State of Connecticut's Office of Policy and Management and the City of West Haven regarding the distribution of municipal restructuring funds to the City of West Haven for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023, in accordance with Public Act 17-2 on the June special session. As amended. I don't know why I yelled. I don't know. I did.
Councilwoman Hosky's brought forward communication M from Mayor Nancy R. Rossi regarding the municipal restructuring fund agreement between the State of Connecticut's Office of Policy and Management and the City of West Haven. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman O'Connor. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Councilman Gary Donovan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Colleen O'Connor,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bridget Hosky,
Yes.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite,
Yes.
Councilwoman Sarah Ackerbally,
Yes.
Councilman Mitchell Galignano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Robin Wall Hamilton, Councilwoman Catherine Tucker,
Yes.
Councilman Victor Boris,
Yes.
Councilman Robert Bruno,
Yes.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone,
Yes.
and Acting Chair Ronald Quagliani.
Yes, 12 yeas, no nays, one absent, motion carries.
Communication N to the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Finance, to whom was referred the matter of the ordinance appropriating $900,000 Dawson Avenue Contract 1 for the first read. Reports of the committee met on the 13th day of June 2022 to consider said matter. It is unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Resolved, the City Council will conduct a public hearing on June 27, 2022 at 6:45 p.m.
Councilwoman Hosky's brought forward communication N from Mayor Nancy R. Rossi regarding an ordinance appropriate $900,000 as identified in the communication for a first reading. Public hearing will be June 27th at 6:45 p.m.
To the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Finance, to whom was referred the matter of the ordinance appropriating $1,161,000 Dawson Avenue Area Contract 2 for a first read. Reports that the committee met on the 13th day of June 2022 to consider said matter. It is the unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Resolved, the City Council will conduct a public hearing on June 27, 2022 at 6:40.
Councilwoman Hosky's brought forward communication O from Mayor Nancy R. Rossi regarding an ordinance amending and restating a resolution as identified in the record for appropriating $1.161 million for a first read, and the public hearing is June 27th at 6:40 p.m.
Communication F To the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Finance, to whom was referred the matter of the CDA manager, Mark Bisacki, in regards to the Ward Heitman, I don't ever remember how to say that word, House Museum Foundation Incorporated, reports to the committee met on the 13th day of June 2022 to consider said matter. It is the unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Resolved, the City Council of the City of West Haven hereby approves the following program for the 2022 Neighborhood Assistance Program under the Community Development Administration Ward Heidman House Museum Foundation Incorporated, $25,000.
Councilman Hosky's brought forward Communication F from the May 23rd, 2022 agenda from Patrice Ferguson, Ward Heitman House Museum Foundation regarding energy conservation HVAC system, as was read into the record. Is there a second? Second by Councilman Bruno. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Any abstentions? Abstention by Councilman Johnstone. Motion carries.
Communication G, to the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Finance, to whom was referred the matter of the CDA manager, Mark Bisaccia, in regards to the West Haven Community House Association, reports that the committee met on the 13th day of June 2022 to consider said matter. It is the unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Resolved, the City Council of the City of West Haven hereby approves the following program for the 2022 Neighborhood Assistance Program under the Community Development Administration, the West Haven Community House Association, and $120,000.
Councilwoman Hosky's brought forward Communication G from the May 23rd, 2022 agenda from Amy Guay McFarland, Executive Director of the West Haven Community House Association regarding energy conservation and capital improvements to facilities, as was read in the record. Is there a second? Second by Councilman Bruno. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Any abstentions?
I think I have to abstain from this one and Communication F.
Okay,
Being on the committee.
Councilwoman O'Connor abstains from Communication G. You abstain from G? And, Councilman Boris. And I abstain as well. So do you have 7?
Yeah. Yeah, there's,
There's 7, 3, 4,
I think there's
5. You have 7. Motion passes.
Communication H, to the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Finance, to whom was referred the matter of the CDA manager, Mark Bisaccia, in regards to the West Haven Child Development Center, reports that the committee met on the 13th day of June 2022 to consider said matter. It is the unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Resolved, the City Council of the City of West Haven hereby approves the following program for the 2022 Neighborhood Assistance Program under the Community Development Administration West Haven Child Development Center for $15,000.
Councilman Hosky's brought forward Communication H from the May 23, 2022 agenda from Dr. Patrice Ferguson, West Haven Child Development Center, Inc., regarding energy-efficient air filtration systems for classrooms, as read into the record. Is there a second? Second by Councilman Bruno. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Any abstentions? Abstention by Councilwoman O'Connor, by Councilman Boris. Motion passes.
Do I have to read this whole thing?
I don't,
Oh, great. To the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Finance, to whom was referred the matter of the resolution defining employee benefits for non-union employees, reports that the committee met on the 13th day of June 2020 to consider said matter. It is unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented as amended, right? Say it there, Stacy?
Yep.
Thank you. Resolved, the City Council of the City of West Haven hereby approves defining employee benefits for non-union employees.
Councilwoman Hosky's brought forward Communication D from the May 9th, 2022 agenda as amended from Corporation Counsel Lee Tiernan regarding a resolution defining employee benefits for non-union employees. Is there a second? Second by Councilman Galignano. Councilman O'Connor. Is there any discussion?
So in the past, there have been amendments, so you're passing the whole resolution as drafted with the amendment. Is that what you're doing?
Yes.
Okay, just want to clarify that.
Yeah. The amendment was adding the
Yeah, yeah.
language, right.
No, because sometimes you've just done an amendment. I just want to.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries.
That's all I got.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hosty. Next up is the Legislative Matters Committee, Councilman Bruno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Legislative Matters, to whom we refer to the matter of the bottle bill funds, terms to the Finance Department. Reports that the committee met on the 13th day of June 2022 to consider said matter. It is unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Resolved, the City Council of the City of West Haven hereby approves the bottle bill funds terms that the City Council hereby directs the mayor to cause said received funds to be separately accounted for and not deposited into the general fund. Whereas the city experiences an undue burden of litter from single-serving liquor containers, whereas said substitute Senate bill states in part in material relevance. Funds received by many municipalities pursuant to the provisions of subsection C of this section shall be expanded by such municipality environmental measures intended to reduce the generation of solid waste in such municipalities or reduce the impact of litter caused by such solid waste, including but not limited to the hiring of a recycling coordinator, the installation of storm drain filters designed to block solid waste and beverage containers, debris, or the purchase of mechanical street sweeper, vacuum, or broom that removes litter, including but not limited to such beverage containers and other debris from streets, sidewalks, abutting lawn, and turf areas. Further resolved, the City Council appropriates said funds for the purposes stated above, in addition to and as an argument to the annual public works budget, as an argument to the annual public works budget for litter control efforts. Further resolved, that Mayor Nancy Rossi, as mayor of the City of West Haven, will develop a program, narrative, and budget for the program listed above, and present such narratives, budgets, and resulting expenses, accounting reports to the City Council for review no less than once annually until all funds are expended and or the revenue ceases. Further resolved, Nancy Rossi, as the mayor of the City of West Haven, is authorized and directed to execute and deliver any and all documents related to this resolution on behalf of the City of West Haven and do and perform all acts and things which she deems to be necessary or appropriate to carry out the terms of such documents, including but not limited to executing and delivering all agreements and documents contemplated by such documents. The undesigned further certifies that Nancy Rossi now holds the office of mayor and that she has held the office since December 3rd, 2017, and said term will continue December 2nd, 2023.
Councilman Bruno's brought forward communication I from the May 23rd, 2022 agenda from Commissioner of Public Works Tom McCarthy regarding the bottle bill funds in terms that the City Council hereby directs the mayor to cause said receive funds to be separately accounted for and not deposited into the general fund, as was read into the record. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman O'Connor. Councilman Galignano. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you, Councilman Bruno.
Thank you.
Next committee is the Public Lands Committee. Councilman Donovan.
Thank you, Chairman Quagliani. Communication H is to be held.
Thank you, Councilman Donovan. Next up, adoption of ordinances previously presented. There are none. Council liaison reports. I'm not seeing any hands. New business.
I got something.
Old business? No, it's unfinished business or new business. So, Councilman Donovan?
Just want to let the council know, the West Haven Child Development Center extends their invitation to the city council June 21st at 5:30 at the Grove. They'll be holding a concert with the children, and they wanted me to extend the invitation out to the council.
Thank you, Councilman Donovan. Councilwoman Garthwaite, is there something you want to add under new business?
I have a question, or I need clarification. I think Sarah does too. We are a bit confused because the article came out today, or was it today?
It was today, yes.
Today. I didn't read it until almost getting here. Some people had
It was
called me.
online today, yeah.
Yeah. I was under the impression, and I went back and I watched the April 11th meeting, and Councilman Hosky clearly said it was to investigate the city and any officers in the city. It wasn't to investigate the auditors or, specifically the Cohen-Resnick audit.
Resnick, yep.
So I'm a little confused because that wasn't what I was.
We both signed up for.
Yeah, I really didn't sign up to be, I feel like it got twisted somehow, and
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see the article. My own personal opinion would be that whatever the council passed is what the will of the council
okay,
is.
so.
Right, so.
Okay, so I just want to make sure and put it on public record, because, like I said, people called me today and
Sure.
were questioning
Yep.
me, and as far as I know, it's to investigate,
It's whatever action the council
Right.
voted that particular meeting.
that's what it was. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Hamilton?
Yeah, I just want to remind everybody that Saturday, the 18th, is West Haven second annual Juneteenth Festival celebration. It's at Tile Street, Brent Watt Park. It begins at 11 and ends at 2. It'd be nice to see you and your families there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hamilton. Any other new business? Seeing none, motion to
moved.
adjourn. Second, we're adjourned. Thank you very much. Welcome to Tuesday.